economy in the world with the best public education, higher public education system in this country. In fact, at California, Berkeley, we lead some of the research that are keeping folks here and your relatives alive. Those labs and that research is being attacked by this administration, but I digress. I have a number of questions today, but this hearing has been so difficult. Not only was I a victim advocate for many years, working with folks who had witnessed and who had been victimized by rape, by murder. I also led the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights of the San Francisco Bay Area that was founded by JFK, and our asylum clinic honored the work of this country by supporting folks who came here escaping tyranny and violence to just be met by an immigration system day after day that spat in their face. I'm thankful to both members of the private bar and our community lawyers who are doing their American duty by supporting people who are leaving tyranny. I have actually one question. I'm concerned that we're deflating the conversation around public safety. It's my understanding that the current administration, and this question goes to you, Ms. Perriman, has deducted or stopped payments of upwards of $1 billion in local public safety funding around the country. With my time remaining, can you talk to us a little bit about this very hypocritical moment in time where we're uplifting public safety and yet we're taking resources away from communities, police departments, community safety leaders, and organizations that are taking guns out of kids' hands? Give us a little bit of the flavor. Talk about what money has been taken away from communities under this administration.
Yes, since January, the administration has abruptly terminated a range of funding and grants for community programs across the country, including grants under the Office of Justice Programs, which was obviously a law that President Reagan signed. And there's been over 800 million grants and funding that have been abruptly terminated that we are having to litigate right now. They have also cut off funding for programs that help lawyers and law enforcement become trained in what they're doing in communities across the country to keep people safe. And then I know that one of the colleagues mentioned terrorism, and as part of the administration's broader funding freeze, federal funding freeze that we had to block in the first weeks of this administration and that remains blocked by a federal court, officials from states like Arizona and Oregon swore out declarations in court talking about the risk to counterterrorism funding that they were concerned about with respect to this administration's federal funding freeze. Those are just some examples. Our team is literally in court every single day.
Ms. Perriman, so would you say, is it of your knowledge that police chiefs, their grants have been frozen?
Yes, many people in community safety programs.
And so taking away literally upwards of $1 billion in local public safety funding from around the country, including violence prevention and gun safety programs, would you say this administration is making us more safe or less safe?
Less safe.
Any members, any other governors? Would you have any? I have a few seconds.
We have programs that we work with the federal government between cities, law enforcement, and federal government law enforcement that are being torn apart. And drug task forces, our gang task forces, gun task forces. This is making us less safe.
Grants for rape kits and rape investigations, the disembowelment of the Department of Education, including the Office of Civil Rights that investigated rape and sexual assault on college campuses, decimated. I would agree that our administration is making us less safe. Thank you, and I yield back. Thank you, Chairman, for the extra time.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sad to say I'm disappointed today, but governors, Ms. Perriman, welcome to the House of Representatives. Great to have you here and hear about your thoughts and views on things. Governor Pritzker, you said, I think numerous times now, that the president broke the law. You're an attorney, right? Northwestern? Is that where you went to law school?
Congressman, yes, sir.
So just, can you cite which law in this regard he's broken?
Well, there have been congressionally approved appropriations that this president has cut off, and we've had to go to court. That's illegal. We've had to go to court to have it reinstated.
It's illegal.
It is
illegal.
illegal.
If you have to go to court, it's illegal, and it's still working its way through the courts, right?
Yes, but things
Okay,
have been
so it's
ruled
not,
on already.
It's not illegal yet. It's your opinion, but regarding
when a judge rules on it, that's the law. Okay.
It's the law at that moment until the next judge rules on it. Okay. Right? Because you understand the court system. You're the attorney here. I'm not. But you're not saying he broke the law regarding the riots in Los Angeles right now, or are you saying that?
That hasn't been ruled upon yet. So,
but are you saying he broke the law in that regard or not?
I believe that he did, but that is not what I'm referring to.
Okay, you're not referring to that.
No, I just told you there are appropriations, congressional appropriations.
Because the implication, because of what this hearing is about, is that you're saying that he broke the law regarding the mobilization in Los Angeles, and you're not saying that. I want to make that clear. You're not saying that.
What he is doing is overstepping his authority, and we are going to court.
Oh, okay. So let me ask you a couple questions, because I want to go through a little walk down memory lane here in history for you. In 1794, George Washington mobilized the military. You familiar with the Whiskey Rebellion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so was Washington beyond his scope? Did he overstep?
What about inciting riots on January 6th at the Capitol, right in this building?
Sir,
well, you're asking.
I'm asking, you're saying he's breaking the law.
Yes.
Ms. Hochul,
he has broken
Governor
the law.
Hochul, you're also an attorney. How about Abraham Lincoln, 1862? Did he do it?
The abuse of power is an overreach into the responsibility
How about
of
Dwight Eisenhower? Did he do it when he mobilized?
In situations where
John
you're
Kennedy.
overruling.
John Kennedy.
You seriously don't want an answer from me. I won't even bother.
How about Lyndon Johnson, 1865, 1965 and 67, and 68? Is that you're saying that's against the law? What the president is now doing? Are you guys? You're the attorneys here, and I'm not talking to Governor Walz here because he's not an attorney. He called himself a knucklehead, so I'm leaving him out of this right now. Are you guys familiar with sections 251 through 255 of Title 10 of the U.S. Code?
The conditions under which a president may usurp the authority of a governor in activating the National Guard is under an invasion or an insurrection. I would argue that neither one of those.
Governor Hochul, I would refer you to Section 253. I'm not going to bore everybody with reading it for you, but you're wrong. And to accuse the president, quite honestly, that's the least that you've accused him of. You've also, in this room, he's been accused of being a dictator, maybe not by you. And if you're willing to say he's not one, we'd love to hear it. But also that the law enforcement agents are Nazis with Gestapo-like tactics. Governor Walz, you mentioned that in a commencement speech. Now, let me ask you, I'm going to ask each three of you this. 8 CFR 287.7. It arises from the Secretary's power under Section 103A3 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, the INA. So do Sections 236, 241, 287. Are those things laws that should be followed and enforced? Are you okay with those things being laws and enforced or not?
Federal immigration laws are designed to be enforced by the federal government.
So you're okay? You're okay with that? Is that each one of you?
The state cooperates.
I don't know what you read. I don't have that in front of me.
These are laws, Governor Walz, that are on the books. It's the Immigration and Nationalities Act, and those are sections of them, as is 8 U.S.C. 1226A, 8 U.S.C. 1357A2, 8 U.S.C. 1357A4, 8 U.S.C. 1357A5.
Would the gentleman provide copies of that for the witnesses? If you're going to cite a law, you provide a copy for the witnesses typically.
Out of order, Mr. Perry.
These two of these governors are attorneys, sir. I'm not. They should know this and I shouldn't. But I'm just asking, let's just assume that these are laws. Let's just assume I'm not lying to you, that these are laws on the books right now. Are you okay with them being enforced?
You might be asking us a lot. Governors don't get to deal in hypotheticals.
Okay, so putting myself on the these are laws. These are current laws on the books regarding immigration and naturalization.
We abide by all of those laws.
You will abide by all these laws.
We abide by federal law.
Governor Hochul, do you abide?
State law.
We follow all state and federal laws.
Governor Walz, do you abide?
We abide by
Is
all
there
laws
any
that due process
detainer?
involve.
Is there any ICE detainer that you will reject? That you will instruct your law enforcement community or corrections facilities and enforcement community in your states to reject? Anyone for any reason? A legal ICE detainer under the laws that I just cited.
Every jurisdiction in Minnesota follows the law.
Every single one.
Okay, and his gentleman's time's expired, but feel free to answer the question, Governor Walz.
Governor Pritzker.
We follow all laws, states.
But you don't. That's my point.
In
You
Minnesota,
actually don't.
there's
I want
a
you to
Florida
say you
law.
will, because we hope you will, but you actually don't, and you haven't, which is why we have this horrific mess. I yield.
Chair,
Can we allow the witness to answer? That'd be great. Thanks.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ansari from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much, governors, for being here. I am the proud daughter of immigrants who fled an authoritarian regime, and it is especially devastating as a first-generation American to watch Donald Trump's reckless, cruel, and radical policies transform this country into an authoritarian regime. Mr. Perry just mocked us for referring to Donald Trump as a dictator, so let's run through the list. Donald Trump has, since he was inaugurated, pardoned violent January 6 insurrectionists. Dictator. Defied Supreme Court orders and attacked the judiciary. Dictator. Unilaterally abolished congressionally chartered federal agencies. Dictator. Attacked the free press. Sounds like a dictator. Kidnapped people off of the streets and deported them to foreign prisons without due process. Sounds like a dictator. Defunded higher education. Dictator. Threatened law firms and the legal profession. Dictator. This weekend, he is spending tens of millions of dollars to host a massive military parade for his birthday. Is this North Korea? On top of all of that, our twice impeached president with a 34-count convicted felony president who is not a king has deployed the active duty military in American cities, and he has spent $134 million to do so. He has their guns trained on American citizens without the consent of local authorities or the state's governor to purposefully generate chaos and provoke a reaction. Meanwhile, we have Republicans on this side of the aisle asking governors of states about bathrooms. This is the most dystopian, horrific episode of Black Mirror that I have ever seen. To our witnesses, the governors, thank you so much for being here today. I agree with my colleagues who say this is a waste of your time. You have been instrumental in fighting back against cruel and illegal Trump administration actions. I represent an extremely diverse district, one of the most diverse in the country, where more than 64 languages are spoken. I can tell you that the actions of this administration towards immigrants and immigrant communities is a blatant abuse of power, but more importantly, these steps are harming our economy and our national security. So I want to ask you a little bit about that. Governor Walz, can you share the ways in which immigrants contribute economically to your state?
Well, thank you, Congresswoman. Well, there's no aspect in Minnesota life that they're not involved, whether it's economically and the impact that they make, whether it's involved in the arts and the culture that Minnesota is very proud of, whether they're in higher professions, medical students, engineers. And Minnesota is proud to have an immigrant heritage. We sat on the land of the Dakota and the Anishinaabe, and all the rest of us came through via immigration. And so the impact is widespread. It's intertwined. It may have been the Norwegians and the Swedes, then the Hmongs and the Somalis, but it's the same story, coming to America for a chance to start and then contribute to a better state.
Thank you so much, Governor Walz. And in fact, according to the American Community Survey, immigrants paid $382 billion in federal taxes and $196.3 billion in state and local taxes in 2022. Undocumented immigrants using individual tax identification numbers paid $59.4 billion in federal and $13.6 billion in state and local taxes in 2022. Governor Pritzker, you recently called immigrants the anchors of their communities. How does Donald Trump's mass deportation project harm the security of your state and instill fear throughout Illinois communities?
Thank you very much, Congresswoman. Let me be clear. the Homan raids that occurred in the first week of the Trump administration drove people into hiding. It ruined the entire area of commerce for our Mexican-American community, where people who were documented, people who are citizens actually, had to go into hiding because they know people that are undocumented. They didn't want to get picked up and having to talk about somebody that they know that's undocumented. You could see it was a ghost town. It was a ghost town. We've had people who are working, I'm talking about for decades, who've raised families, who are paying taxes in my state, who have had to flee. And these are good people. These are our neighbors. These are people that are bringing culture and art to our communities, people that should be given an opportunity, if we had good immigration laws, to apply to stay legally in this country and maybe to become U.S. citizens. Indeed, many of them have proven themselves to be maybe more worthy than some people who are already U.S. citizens. Let's give them an opportunity. So I can tell you that it's had a profoundly negative impact on my state, that Donald Trump has been attacking people who are not the problem. Let's go after people. If you're talking about terrorists, and one of the congressmen mentioned that, let's go after terrorists. You know, let us know who they are. We will go arrest a terrorist any day of the week, every day of the week.
Governor Hochul, if you could also answer.
I'm very proud to represent the state that has the Statue of Liberty in our harbor. Millions of migrants and immigrants have passed through, including my own grandparents. My grandfather was a migrant farm worker. They are an important part of our identity, our economy. The diversity of New York is what sets us apart and makes us so fascinating and so desirable for businesses large and small. They are so critical to our identity and our existence. And I'm really hurt. It hurts me as the leader of a state where people are living in fear in the shadows. People can't go to school. They can't worship. They can't go get health care. They can't go to their senior center. What is happening has been traumatic. It's unnecessary. We will help every day of the week to get rid of people who commit crimes that never should have come here or commit crimes here. That is my number one job. But what is happening is un-American.
Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Hochul, the difference is that the millions of Americans that came through Ellis Island did so legally. I'll yield to my friend from Georgia, Ms. Green.
Thank you. Governor Hochul, are you a Democrat? Yes or no?
I'm a proud registered Democrat, yes.
Did you support Joe Biden for president? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Did you support the Biden administration's policies for the past 4 years?
I raised my concerns in many meetings
That's a yes
with
or no
administrations
question.
about how the border was being enforced, and so I raised concerns.
So you just stated, I'll reclaim my time, you said you're a proud Democrat. You supported Joe Biden for president. Clearly, you supported the Biden administration's policies. Did you swear, Governor Hochul, did you swear an oath to faithfully uphold New York's Constitution and laws?
I certainly did.
In 2017, New York became a sanctuary state when Governor Cuomo signed Executive Order 170. This states, it directs that no state officers or employees, including law enforcement officers, shall disclose information to federal immigration authorities for the purpose of federal civil immigration enforcement unless required by the law. Do you support this law as governor of New York?
Yes, this pertains to civil enforcement.
So you do enforce sanctuary policies of New York?
I supporting helping law enforcement when it and ICE when it comes to.
Thank you. I reclaim my time. You support sanctuary policies that have led to the horrific murder of people, Americans. This Fox News got it wrong. It should say monster. Arrested in broad daylight rape of a 13-year-old in a New York park. This girl was raped at knife point in the park near New York Mets Stadium. That's your state, Governor Hochul. New York Post also got it wrong and called him a migrant. That's a monster. Busted in brutal beating of New York PD cops in Times Square are members of bloodthirsty Tren Aragua gangs. That's your state where you support your sanctuary state laws. Also, Governor Hochul, do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Where a homeless woman was burned alive by an illegal alien monster? Where you uphold the laws to protect these monsters in your state, and then you force the New York citizens that pay taxes to pay for these people. This is the result of your sick and disgusting treasonous laws that you uphold as governor.
New York is not a
I
sanctuary
didn't
state for
recognize you,
criminals.
Ms. Hochul. This is my time. Do you know the name Laken Riley? Do you know the name Laken Riley?
Yes, I do.
Oh, you do. Jose Ibarra murdered 22-year-old Laken Riley. He's an illegal alien monster from Venezuela, convicted of 10 charges. He was first arrested by the Biden administration that you stated that you support. Joe Biden for president, right? Proud Democrat, Governor Hochul. First arrested at the border and released by the Democrats that you support. Then, guess what? He made it to New York because the Biden administration flew illegals all over the country, and your state was one that accepted them. He lived at the Crown Plaza Hotel in Queens, an upscale hotel that was turned into an illegal alien shelter at the taxpayers' expense. $2 million a month went to this hotel. The second time he was arrested was in the state of New York for endangering a child. But he was released quickly before ICE could even issue a detainer, because you support those laws, Governor Hochul. Then he flew, get this is shocking. He flew from the state of New York to my home state in Georgia, and you all paid for it. Because, why? Because it was reticketing, and that was the little gift that you were giving my state by sending monsters there. Costs the state of New York $5 to $10 million a day to feed and house illegals. Are you smiling at me about this?
No, I'm not.
You look like you got quite a smile on your face.
No.
Because I can
The
tell you
gentlelady
people,
will not.
this is my time, reclaiming my
I'm
time.
thinking about
attack the witness.
Don't you dare
Don't attack the
smile
witness.
about the murder of
I'm
Laken
thinking
Riley.
about her parents.
The third
Don't
time,
question
the
how
third
I look.
time Jose
My heart is
Ibarra-
breaking for her
my
parents.
time, Governor Hochul. The third time he was arrested was in the sanctuary city of Athens, another Democrat policy. And then he went on and attempted to rape Laken Riley and murdered her. He murdered her. Let me explain something to you. This little girl right here, she would be alive today if you weren't such a treasonous governor supporting sanctuary laws in the state of New York. This little girl would be alive today, and her mother very much would like for her to be alive. This is outrageous for anybody in this country to support for non-citizens to be able to come in our country, be able to travel wherever they want, and then make taxpayers pay to house them, feed them, and then give them a plane ticket after they had been arrested in their state. That's what you did. You are responsible for the murder of this little girl, Laken Riley. And the Department of Justice should prosecute you for her murder.
Objection. Objection.
I don't care how much you object, and if you
Objection.
support it too,
Objection.
you're
All right.
responsible for her murder.
All right.
I yield
Chairman,
back,
lady-
Mr.
gentle-
On
Chairman.
a point of order.
Gentlelady-
On a point of order.
Gentlelady's time's
On a point of
expired.
order.
State your point.
Mr. Chairman, these witnesses have been here for over 4 hours. They've all voluntarily have been engaging with our members with respect. They've all treated our members with respect.
Laken Riley
Our
is
rules of
dead
decorum-
Forever.
Our rules
Forever.
of decorum.
Forever.
Our
They
rules
can
of
sit
decorum
there all
reclaiming
day.
my time.
Hold on.
Reclaiming
No,
my
wait,
time.
state your point.
I'm
State your-
trying to.
State your
Let
point.
me- let
No,
me do
no,
it without
state, it's a
interruption.
point of inquiry,
Our
not a
rules-
debate. You've had your time.
Our rules, if you would let me speak, our rules of decorum dictate that our witnesses should be treated with respect, and I ask you to enforce decorum and remind committee members to treat our witnesses with respect.
Our members are treating the witnesses with respect. This is not a courtroom. We engage with the witnesses, and I think everybody's acted within the realm. We haven't cried and screamed when you all are criticizing the current
Accusing them of-
president, even though that's in
accusing
the
them of treason
rules,
and
not to
breaking the
criticize.
law and
All
how
right.
they look. How they look.
All right,
That's-
maybe
Mr. Chairman.
if you win the chairmanship, if you all flip the House, you win the chairmanship, then you can do what Ms. Crockett says she's going to do and then try to impeach Trump again or whatever you're all.
Mr. Chairman, is there any chance you would yield me 30 seconds to just respond that we are heartbroken what happened to her family? Laken Riley should be alive today. And I'm so sorry for what happened to her. I truly am what happened. But This has nothing to do with our civil enforcement of the laws. We are always cooperating with criminal investigations, always have, always will. So misstating our policies is not serving the purpose of making sure we have meaningful policies that'll actually move the dime. Why aren't we working together to come up with meaningful immigration reform, secure our borders, do vetting at the
Wait a
border?
minute.
We're simply asking.
We're going to go back. Okay, Governor, with all due respect, there was no, the policy of the previous administration was an open border. It was an open border. You all supported that. Now you're saying we need.
Point of order.
You were
whose time
saying
is it?
you were. No, I mean,
Point of
Ms.
inquiry. Whose time is it?
Ocasio-Cortez, I will recognize you because I like you.
Thank
But,
you.
but here, wait,
Thank you
just
so
a
much,
second.
Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that.
Here's the border was open, and you all said nothing. All right, now you said we had to pass legislation. We didn't have to pass legislation. Donald Trump secured the border on the first day. Now, there's no question you all have been obstructing and criticizing and failing to work with this administration in trying to apprehend the criminal illegals. That's what this hearing's about. It's not about theater. It's about trying to get a consensus on working with this administration to deport the criminal illegals.
We do it every day of the week,
Not defend all
Mr.
the
Chairman.
people who are over here illegally, to deport the criminal illegals. So
We do it every day of the
everyone's
week.
out of order. I'm going to let Ms. Ocasio-Cortez state her point, and then we're going to go to Ro Khanna.
Oh, we can continue. I was just curious whose time it was, but we can proceed.
right.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Okay.
I'd like to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record this tweet. Just happened, stunning. Senator Alex Padilla from California was just forcibly removed from the news conference being held by
Without
DHS.
objection to order. You just have to state the title. Go ahead.
This is the title.
Mr. Lynch. Chair recognizes Mr. Lynch.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request. This is from MSN. Unquestionably in violation. Judge says U.S. government didn't follow court orders on
Without objection, so ordered.
Deportation. The next one is from Rolling Stone. Trump has now deported multiple U.S. citizens, children with cancer.
Without objection, so ordered.
This is New York Times. L.A. deployments of the military to cost $134
Without
million
objection,
in the
so
last
ordered.
50 days. And lastly, Secretary Hegseth will not commit to obeying the court's order on Marines in Los Angeles.
Without objection to order. Chair recognizes Mr. Khanna from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Pritzker, I've admired your moral clarity during these times. You had a speech about a month and a half ago where you said you would not bend the knee to any president of any party. I highly recommend the American people listen to that speech in its entirety. Professor Chenoweth has said at Harvard that if 3.5% of a population engage in peaceful protest, that is the single best way to bring change and stand up for constitutional values. As you know, there's the No Kings protests that are happening this weekend. I'd like you to weigh in and share your thoughts about what that could mean for the country.
Thank you, Congressman, and let me say that peaceful protest has been the avenue for so much positive social change in this country. I think about the civil rights movement as the best example of that, and it continues to be. Civil rights for LGBTQ people, civil rights for immigrants, et cetera. I encourage people to peacefully protest, and I have said that many times. I think, getting out your microphones and your megaphones, speaking up, speaking out, and very importantly, for people who can vote, go to the ballot box and vote. Too many people don't do that, and too many people don't stand up and speak out because they're a little bit afraid. And in this environment, I have to say, President Trump has created a situation where people are afraid. They're afraid, and they're afraid they're going to get targeted, because that is what's happening under this administration. People are getting individually targeted when they stand up and speak out.
Thank you. Governor Walz, I thought you conducted yourself with such dignity as our vice presidential candidate, you and Gwen, and many of your former colleagues are really proud of how you ran. And one of the things even people who voted for President Trump said about you is he's so decent, he's kind, he deals with people with respect. What is happening in this country that we've started to demonize immigrants? When I grew up in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, it was 99% white. I grew up as an Indian American of Hindu faith. I never felt demonized, felt different, made to feel like I didn't belong. And something is going on where we've created a permission structure for that. How do we model the kind of decency that you've exhibited so that we become a cohesive community like this country has always been?
Well, Congressman, thank you for the kind words. I think the people of this country expect us to do that. Look, I think we could all agree these horrific situations that happened, that have been highlighted in here, we all hate that, but we also lift up the great success stories. And I will just tell you, Congressman, on Tuesday night at 2 a.m., Minnesota has the most closely divided legislature in the country, 101 to 100. And we passed bipartisan legislation that kept us with a balanced budget, a AAA bond rating. We invested in our schools, we invested in our roads, and we did it with civility. We did it with an eye to the future, and we did it, Republicans and Democrats, with the idea that we are a nation of immigrants, and people simply want to make sure that if the laws are being asked to be followed, people are given due process. So I have to tell you, we have a model. It's our Constitution. We have a model on how to do this, and we've done it before. And I would just encourage all of us to be part of the solution rather than just continue to demonize each other.
Thank you, Governor. Governor Hochul, I appreciate your speaking out about the Marines being sent into my state. I was horrified. There's just footage today of Senator Padilla being shoved out. I don't know if people have seen it, but he went to ask Secretary Noem a question, and the police literally grabbed the senator and shoved him out of the room. You know, the Marines, I want to get back to the Marines, though. I mean, the fact is that we have a principle called federalism in this country. No one in Los Angeles asked for the Marines. No one in California asked for the Marines. I mean, do people's voices not matter of what we want locally and in a state way? Tell me how you would feel if Marines were sent into your state or your senators were taken by the fists and pushed out of rooms. What is going on in this country?
Thank you for the question. It's disturbing at so many levels. I mean, I served as a member of the Armed Services Committee when I served in this body years ago. And to think that the Marines are being deployed against fellow citizens, fellow residents, is unprecedented. Now, we have different levels of law enforcement to manage crowds. That's all this is a crowd. When it gets out of control, when it's violent, there must be consequences. And that's what the police are trained to do, whether they're LAPD or what we have in New York is one of the highest trained organization of top law enforcement, people who put their lives on the line every day, who know how to deal with crowds and protests and if they devolve into riots. But to go to the extreme of not just the National Guard, which usurps the governor's authority, the governors are the commanders-in-chief of the National Guard, but to go all the way to the U.S. military as an indication that a mayor and a governor can't handle what's happening in their own streets is overkill at a level that is just unconscionable. And I hope we do not see this in other cities. We need to just calm the situation down, get rid of the criminals, we'll work together every day, and leave law-abiding individuals alone.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Walz, you said that as long as you are governor, immigrants will be welcome in Minnesota. Do you find a difference between an immigrant and an illegal immigrant?
A difference, their status?
Is there a difference? Legal status or otherwise?
Well, the legal status is different, but in Minnesota, we have a long tradition of welcoming.
Okay. ICE in St. Paul arrested a criminal illegal alien who had been convicted for possession of child pornography on a work computer. Do you still stand by your statement that ICE agents are the modern-day Gestapo?
ICE agents need to do a job, but they need to do it within the realm of due process and the law, wearing masks, no notice of who they are, no notice of the vans, and picking people up off the streets without that due process. I stand that is wrong and a road towards authoritarianism. I certainly stand by that.
You know, I have one rule. I have a couple rules in my office, but one of them is never compare anything dealing with the Holocaust except for the Holocaust. I think that it desensitizes people about what really went on in Nazi Germany by making any comparisons there. Does Minnesota receive federal tax dollars for any programs that assist illegal immigrants?
Minnesota's federal tax dollars are appropriated by you in Congress, and then we use state dollars under our laws.
During the Biden administration, nearly $1.5 billion was sent to sanctuary states to pay for their illegal immigration policies, housing, health care. Governor Hochul, are crimes committed by illegal aliens preventable, in your opinion?
Our law enforcement is highly trained in how to identify prospective perpetrators, but certainly we try to prevent crimes, and we also work to resolve them and make sure that if there's a crime committed, that people find their time in court and are incarcerated. That's how it's always worked.
By definition, illegal aliens are unlawfully present in the United States. They should not be here in the first place to commit crimes. Don't you agree with that?
It depends on the circumstances of coming over. I mean, there's civil violations, there's also criminals. So it's the federal government's determination on the status of an individual. If they're
But I mean, if they're not here, the crime's not going to be committed.
I think if there was not
they're not going to be here, ma'am, the crime is not going to be committed.
If there was no one in our country, no crimes would be committed. I suppose you could say the same thing.
A young man in my district whose family is very close to me lost their son to an illegal alien, and I can guarantee you if that illegal alien, if we'd followed the laws of the land and there'd been some enforcement, that young man would be here today. Well, let me ask you this. Why did your state issue say that you are welcome with open arms in reference to illegal aliens? That was a direct quote attributed to you, ma'am.
It's a 400-year history we have in the state of New York of welcoming all. I don't know why we would change that now.
Okay, Governor Pritzker, you mentioned in your opening statement that criminals have no place in our country, but Cook County released numerous criminal migrants last year, including one that was charged with raping a minor. Why would you release a criminal rapist back into your community?
Thank you, Congressman. First of all, we don't need to release somebody if ICE or another law enforcement authority shows up with a judicial warrant. Then that's just the fact. And if somebody gets released, it's usually because they've had due process and determined not to be eligible to be held. That's
okay. But do you know what happened after that individual was released?
I don't, but again, a judicial warrant, if appropriate.
I'll tell you, 17 days later, he was charged with a homicide. And in Cook County, he also released a migrant charged with domestic violence in August of 2024. Do you know what this individual was charged with 1 month later?
No, sir, I'm not sure what.
Aggravated criminal sexual assault and abuse of minor. And as governor, have you done anything to ensure local and county governments aren't releasing illegal immigrants charged with sexual or violent crimes?
As a matter of fact, first of all, we chase down criminals every single day. We put them in jail. We try them, put them through due process. They get convicted. They get put into our correction system. We do that every single day. You're implying that we're not. We are. In fact, our law enforcement are some of the best in the country. They do their job.
Well, if these laws were enforced, then I would assume these people wouldn't be back out on the streets so freely. How many programs does Illinois have that explicitly supports illegal immigrants?
So we've created programs to deal with not illegal. I mean, we have one program that's related to undocumented people who are.
I'm out of time, but
most vulnerable.
The answer is at least four health benefits for immigrants, HBIS, health benefits for immigrants, adults, HBI, retention of Illinois students, and equity RISE is the acronym for that act, in the Illinois Dream Fund. And I'm sorry I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Sure, that's Mr. Min.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to finish the title of the article that I was trying to read into unanimous consent.
Okay.
Stunning. Senator Alex Padilla, California, was just forcefully removed from the news conference being held by DHS Kristi Noem in Westwood. Senator attempted to interrupt.
That's the title?
He was handcuffed in the hallway. Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, he rushed the podium. He was being disruptive, and that is not conducive to a
senator
member
was
of elected
forcefully
body.
shoved
Thank
to
you,
the
Mr.
ground and arrested.
All right, order. Chair recognizes Mr. Min from California.
I just want to follow up my Republican colleague's comments since he's talking so much about sexual assault, and note that our current president was found civilly liable for sexual assault I also want to note that Elon Musk, and for the record, just want to note that Elon Musk, who was once part of this administration, not so long ago, accused the president of being part of the Epstein files. So all of great interest and something perhaps we should look into some oversight on. But governors, I want to ask you a few questions. Please raise your hand if your state has any laws or policies that prevent ICE from enforcing federal immigration laws. Note for the record that no one has their hand up. Governors, please raise your hand if you're aware of any laws or policies that prevent federal authorities from enforcing immigration laws in any city or state in the United States. Again, no hands are up, and that's because there's no such thing as sanctuary from federal laws anywhere in this country. What is really at stake here is whether state resources, including National Guard troops, should be used for Donald Trump's immigration policies, or whether National Guardsmen should be used primarily for responding to state emergencies, supporting state law enforcement priorities, or whether they should be conscripted to support ICE. This is really a question about states' rights, and it's being starkly illustrated right now with what's happening in Los Angeles, just up the way from my district in Orange County, where the Trump administration has claimed authority to deploy 4,000 troops from the California National Guard. I also want to note that the existence of the National Guard is rooted in the Second Amendment to the Constitution. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The first part of that amendment, the part my Republican colleagues always forget to quote whenever they cite the Second Amendment, is the key part of it. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, with state being capitalized so that we know we're talking about the states in the United States of America. The Second Amendment guarantees the state the right to keep and maintain a well-regulated militia, which is the basis for the National Guard. So, governors, I want to just try to set the record straight because I think it's not clear that everyone fully understands what a National Guard unit is, when and how they can and should be called up, and what activities they're restricted from engaging in. I have limited time, so I'm just going to ask you to keep your answers brief so we can really unwrap how deeply concerning President Trump's actions are. Governor Walz, in a sentence or two, what does the Minnesota National Guard do, and how does it serve the people in the state of Minnesota?
Has a dual role. I know this personally from 24 years. You can be deployed federally under Title 10 with the President's authority, or Title 32. In Minnesota, we have used them everything from flood and tornadoes. We use them to help during the COVID pandemic, and they serve overseas when called upon.
But typically they report to the state governor per Title 32 of the U.S. Code, correct?
That's correct.
And in times of crisis, a governor can activate the state's National Guard units to respond and assist. As you noted, under Title 10, the president sometimes has authority to deploy them. Governor Pritzker, in a few words, under what circumstances can or should the president federalize a state's National Guard?
Well, the President of the United States, and I've been in office 6.5 years, has in fact deployed under Title 10 our National Guard to foreign lands. We have a terrific encampment of National Guard, Illinois National Guard in Poland. We have the largest Polish-American population in the country, and very proudly our National Guard serve all over the world, in fact, as part of our military to protect our nation. And so Title 10, Section 12406, allows the President to deploy National Guard troops when the United States is being invaded, when there is a rebellion, or when the president is unable with regular forces to execute the laws of the United States. Do you believe that the protests in Los Angeles or the ICE raids qualify for any of these particular provisions? I do not. Okay, thank you. And you're aware that Governor Newsom did not make any request to President Trump to federalize the California National Guard? He did not. In fact, he rejected it. And so this is illegal. It does not comply with the bases for deployment. It was done against the express wishes of Governor Newsom. Now, I want to highlight a key point that my Republican colleagues across the aisle should keep in mind regarding the federalization process of National Guard units. Even under Title 10, these troops may not be used for law enforcement purposes. And you know, what we are seeing right now is a total violation of that. We are seeing them used to aid ICE raids, and I just want to note that ICE is acting largely as a civil organization at this point in time. Governor Hochul, correct or incorrect, being undocumented in the U.S. is a civil violation, not a criminal offense. Yes or no, please.
I believe most cases are civil. In some cases, the federal government can determine that it's a criminal
violation, right? And correct or incorrect, deploying U.S. Marines to support ICE raids constitutes a law enforcement purpose and non-national security purpose.
It feels to have crossed the line, given that we have highly trained local law enforcement who are more than capable of handling those situations.
Thank you, and I'll just close with this. There's no rebellion, there's no invasion, law enforcement has not collapsed, there's no national emergency. What is happening right now is not just unprecedented, it is illegal, and it is very alarming to those of us who care about democracy and the rule of that law. And with that, I yield back. But with unanimous consent, I would ask to introduce this article into the record. Marines to join National Guard troops protecting ICE agents.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
Unanimous consent.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this picture of Senator Padilla being knuckled in, looks like he's being arrested and restrained by three police officers. I can't understand.
We'll enter the picture in without objection to order. Chair recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to the unofficial 2028 Democrat presidential primary right here on stage at the Oversight Committee. Governor Newsom must be seething. The three of you beat him to the stage, but he's a little busy right now defending illegals and defending Antifa, torching what is left of Los Angeles. Governor Walz knows the playbook. In 2020, he rolled out the red carpet for anarchists while Minnesotans watched their neighborhoods burn. You've turned your states into sanctuaries for illegals. You've done more to shield MS-13 than to protect the single mom working 2 jobs in Chicago, Queens, or Minneapolis. And you've worked harder against ICE than with them. So Governor Walz, and boy, does that feel nice to say the word governor, my first question is for you. Did you know the Nazis killed 6 million Jews during the Holocaust? It's a yes or no question. Did you know the Nazis killed 6 million Jews during the Holocaust?
Pushing my button to
Okay.
answer. Yes, I believe that's historic.
Okay, would you agree the Holocaust is the most horrific atrocity in human history? Yes or no?
I think the Holocaust ranks amongst them, yes.
Did you know the Nazi Gestapo imprisoned, tortured, and murdered Jews by the hundreds of thousands and committed genocide against the Jews? Did you know that?
I do know they operated as secret.
Did you know ICE has done none of that? Yes or no?
Operated as a secret police force?
No, that's not the question. Did you know that ICE has not committed genocide against anyone?
Yes, I do know that.
Okay. Do you apologize for your disgusting comparison of ICE to the Gestapo, who killed hundreds of thousands of Jews during the Holocaust?
As a history teacher.
Yes or no is the question.
A historical comparison.
You're a governor. You understand what the question is. It's yes or no. Will you apologize for what you said about ICE, comparing them to Gestapo?
To identify who they are when they operate, to not use unmarked.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this governor, or honorable, can't answer the question. Do you believe the Nuremberg trials were a good exercise in holding the Nazis accountable? Yes or no?
I think due process.
Okay, so are you calling for ICE agents to be brought to a tribunal under the threat of death by comparing them to the Gestapo?
Everyone is afforded due process.
What don't you understand about yes or no? Like, what can't you comprehend about yes or no questions?
I
Do you still
understand
want
being
to
a governor
abolish
is a
ICE?
different
Do you
job.
still want to abolish ICE? Yes or no?
Said I wanted to abolish ICE.
Didn't you march in a rally calling for ICE's abolishment?
Not that I can recall, Congressman.
Well, according to widespread media reports, you did.
And the media is always correct.
How do you rate Kamala Harris's job as border czar? I want a number between 1 and 10. How was she as border czar?
I wouldn't have a way to measure that. I was not in the administration.
Weren't you her running mate for vice president?
As in the campaign.
And you
wasn't
can't
part of the
rate her role as border czar on a scale of 1 to 10. Was she great at 10 or was she a 1? Terrible.
I think her proposal that she put forward to make sure we had the bipartisan immigration.
It wasn't bipartisan. Did you ever personally speak with Kamala about Joe Biden's cognitive collapse?
Not that I can recall, Congressman.
Not as her running mate for vice president. You never once talked to her about the president and why she was nominated instead of him.
No, not that I can recall.
What kind of operation were you guys running over there?
I was more concerned with Donald Trump's cognitive.
Thank God he's
he's
president and J.D. Vance is vice president and not you. Have you ever served in a combat zone, Governor?
I have not, Congresswoman.
Okay. Are you still friends with school shooters?
I have never been a friend with a school shooter.
Didn't you say you were friends with school shooters on the debate stage?
Oh, Congresswoman.
Yeah.
I think that's very evident. As a teacher and a parent.
My mom was a teacher. I'm a high school dropout. We can talk about that later. Is bullying okay?
Is bullying okay as a teacher?
Is bullying okay, yes or no? Is it okay to bully somebody?
I think
yes
there's
or
a
no?
time to push back at a bully. So yes, I do think there's a time.
So you think it's okay to bully others?
I think it's okay to bully the bully at times.
Well, you're showing that the Democrat Party is the party of violence. Were you at Tiananmen Square?
Have I been to Tiananmen Square? I have.
were you at Tiananmen Square?
I have been at Tiananmen Square.
When were you there?
Oh, as I recall, January of 1990.
Okay. What is a woman? What is a woman is the question.
I'm not sure I understand the question here.
Well, that.
What do you want me to say? This is.
I want you to say that a woman like me is an adult human female, that men can't become women. You guys are the party of violence, and you're the party erasing women. You don't respect us. You're a bigot. You're a misogynist. You're a sexist. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Congresswoman.
Good lady, yields
Mr.
back.
Chairman,
She
I would ask
recognizes Mr.
unanimous consent.
Ocasio-Cortez from New York.
All right, well, that was some kind of bingo going on over there. I don't know what's going on. Anyways.
Oh, I know what's going on.
Thank you to the witnesses for coming here today. I apologize for the treatment that the four of you have been subjected to. And Governor Walz, I just have to say, I know you're getting a lot of grief from the majority here, but you know, we are talking about individuals who have cheered on an individual who issued a Nazi salute from behind the presidential seal of the United States of America, who have cheered on the pardoning of individuals who attacked the United States Capitol and flew a Nazi flag and the flag of the Confederacy, traitors to the United States, sworn enemies of the United States of America, through the capital of this nation. And now they want to act offended because someone has the courage to say, if it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, maybe it's a duck. So I want to thank you for not wavering to their bullying, which is unconscionable and sad to see. So I just wanted to let you know that, Governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
To the three of you, Governor Walz, Governor Pritzker, and Governor Hochul, you three have each sworn an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, correct? I'll start with you.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I have.
And I imagine that also includes the Fourth and Fifth Amendment protections for due process and the rule of law.
It does.
Sure does.
Yes.
And that means protecting your people in your states, U.S. citizens and every individual, because that is what makes America great, that we are a land of the free and of rule of law, to protect them from infringements of their civil liberties, correct? Now, what we are seeing is a pattern where ICE is breaking the law. We have the detention of a U.S. citizen who has been detained by immigration officials. We have ICE here that has also blamed and arrested U.S. citizens for being simply suspected of being an immigrant, largely because of their appearance. In January, a Chicago-based U.S.-born citizen, Julio Noriega, was arrested by ICE and held in custody for over 10 hours. In April, a Florida Highway Patrol officer pulled over Juan Carlos Lopez Gomez, a United States-born citizen, and arrested him on suspicion of being in the country illegally. He had his real ID, his social security card, his mother presented his birth certificate, and they still didn't let him go. In May, U.S. citizen Leonardo Garcia Venegas was filming an ICE raid. He was arrested by ICE. In May, a veteran and U.S. citizen who is Puerto Rican, was detained during an ICE raid at his workplace in New York City. That's called a paper bag test. And your job, Governor Hochul, is to protect people from that kind of infringement, correct?
Yes.
Because all of us must adhere to the law, and no one is above it. So if a U.S. citizen tries to break the law, or if an ICE officer tries to break the law, your job is to uphold the law, correct?
We absolutely uphold the laws of the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the state of New York.
And sanctuary states are about U.S. citizens as well having sanctuary against the attacks on our constitutional rights from illegal search and seizure. There is nothing preventing ICE from issuing a warrant and you having complete compliance with their request. Correct, Governor Hochul?
We comply in cases where there's been criminal activity alleged. Yes, we always do. But we're not involved in civil immigration enforcement because our state police that I control have to deal with other crimes that they're solving.
And apologies, I just have 10 seconds left. But when they say illegal versus legal immigration, they are trying to end legal status in the United States as well. Correct, Governor Pritzker, with the end of TPS and making people undocumented by removing legal status, ending legal status, and then having the audacity to call them illegal when they were here documented, correct?
Taking students' visas away from people, taking their legal right to be in the United States away from them when they've been granted maybe years earlier to stay.
So I don't want to hear about how this is about illegal versus legal immigration. They are attacking legal status and removing legal status. The Republican majority is anti-legal immigration in the United States. And I want to make that very clear, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes
Mr. Chair,
Mark.
unanimous consent request.
Mr. Frost.
Unanimous consent request into the record a NBC article, Senator Alex Padilla removed from news conference with Homeland Security Secretary Noem.
All right, without objection to order.
I have another one, the Hill article, Padilla forcibly removed from Noem press conference.
Without objection to order.
And I have a third one, Axios, Democratic Senator forcibly removed from DHS press conference.
Without objection to order.
Mr. Chair, also, we were just talking about this. I want to know if you can commit to working with us so we can subpoena.
You're out of order. Chair recognizes Ms. Green.
I have a point of order.
No.
I have a point of order.
State your point.
We need to subpoena.
That's not
Secretary
a point of order.
Noem.
Chair recognizes
We
Ms.
just talked
Green.
about this
That's
earlier.
not a point.
We talked
Thank
about
you, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time.
Ms. Green.
To the ground.
Reclaiming my time.
And handcuffed in his own damn
Oh, Democrats can't follow the rules. Can't follow the law. Can't follow the rules. Can't follow the law.
We need to subpoena Kristi Noem. It's
Chair
her
recognizes
staff,
Ms.
DHS
Green.
federal
There's a
officers
privilege of
that
the
threw a
majority,
US
and that
senator
means
to the
we're in
ground.
charge,
Just
not
this
your
morning we were
side.
talking about this
Because
happening to
you
governors.
lost the
All right,
election.
Ms. Green, we're going to start the
Because
clock.
you
have
supported
anything
the
to say about
invasion
that?
of our country.
All right.
It's my time.
Will you
Hold it.
commit on the record
Stop
to
the
work
clock.
My
on
time.
subpoena
Thank you,
Kristi
Mr.
Noem?
Chairman. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
You're out of order. Chair recognizes
Will
Ms.
you
Green.
commit on the record
you.
to subpoenaing Kristi Noem because a U.S. senator was just thrown to the ground and detained in his own
Democrats
case?
can't follow the rules.
out of
Can't
order.
follow the law.
Will you
Can't
commit-
follow the
Shut
rules.
up. Just shut up.
No, you don't.
Shut
No, you're
up.
not going to tell me to shut up.
Let's. How
on.
do you get him in order? You're running
Use
for
the-
this.
Not like that.
He has been out of order 6 times. He's trying to get on MSNBC. You probably knocked
I get it.
somebody off
I don't have any problem
MSNBC
getting
to
on
get on there.
MSNBC. That's
Ms.
not
I
what it's
Green.
think
about.
as he's been arrested as a
recognized.
former
Yeah, well,
Antifa
okay,
member,
here.
right?
Back to order,
Antifa.
Ms. Green. Go.
But he's a
Go.
former Antifa
All right, Ms.
member,
Green.
Mr.
You're
Chairman.
recognized. You got
no
it.
surprise.
Who's a former
Yours.
Antifa member? Me?
Yeah, you.
I asked that these words be taken down.
No, Ms. Green,
Thank you.
you're
I
recognized.
asked that
Thank
these
you,
words
Mr.
be taken
Chairman.
down.
There's a motion.
Governor
Ms.
Hochul,
Green is recognized.
Governor
I asked that
Hochul,
these
you
words be taken
stated
down.
that you're a proud Democrat, proud registered
All
Democrat.
right, we got to
You need to
suspend.
retract.
There's been a parliamentary move. They said they weren't going to do that. What's the?
Just ask her to strike what she said.
Okay. Suspend for 2 minutes. And while we're suspending, we have votes in about 7 minutes. We're going to try to get 3 more questioners in, then we'll break for, I think there are 4 votes, and we'll come back right after the last vote. We don't have that many more questioners, so.
courteous that we're not taking down
Okay. Affiliated permanent demonstration. Mr. Chairman, I move to revise my remarks. Congressman Frost was arrested in 2021 at a voting rights rally.
Okay. Without objection?
Proudly.
All right. Chair recognizes Ms. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Hochul, you stated that you're a proud registered Democrat.
Yes, I did. Is that illegal now, too, in your country?
Governor Hochul, this is not a laughing matter. You also stated that you swore an oath to uphold the laws of New York. And one of the laws that you have upheld and proudly kept in place is the executive order signed by former Governor Andrew Cuomo that directs that no state officers or employees, including law enforcement officers, shall disclose information to federal immigration authorities for the purpose of federal civil immigration enforcement unless required by law. And because of your state's policies of paying for flights of illegal aliens, we ended up with Jose Ibarra in our state of Georgia. And, you know, I'm a mother of 3 children, and 2 out of my 3, I have 2 daughters. And you're a mother, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Yes, and I think you've got 2 children and you have 1 daughter, is that right?
That is correct.
And so you and I are both mothers, and there's one mother that I wish could be here today and could talk to you instead of me, and that's Allison Phillips. That's Laken Riley's mother. And we talked about Laken a few minutes ago, and you know, there's a really special bond between mothers and daughters. And we speak with our daughters daily. We speak with our daughters all day long. We speak with our daughters about every single thing that's happening in our lives and every single thing that's happening in their lives. And I want you to know the last time that Laken Riley and her mother, Allison Phillips, tried to talk to each other, and that happened to be in the morning when Laken was getting ready to go out and go for her morning jog. And on the morning of her murder, at 8:55 a.m., Riley texted her mother and said, "Good morning, about to go for a run, if you're free to talk." And I can tell you that's something I do with my girls, and they text me, and I'm sure you and your daughter text each other as well. But she didn't get her mother, and then Riley called her mother just a few minutes later at 9:03 a.m. as she was starting to listen to music, but she didn't get her mom on the phone. And the trail cam actually captured her going out for her run at 9:05 a.m. At 9:11, Laken called 911. This was just not but a few minutes after she had tried to call her mother. And then at 9:24, Laken received a call from her mother, but it went unanswered. And at 9:28, Laken's heart stopped. And according to the smartwatch, the data of her smartwatch, Laken fought for her life for 17 minutes. 17 minutes. 17 minutes, this little girl fought for her life as she was being beat in the head by this monster, as she was being strangled by this monster, as she was being almost raped by this monster and drug off into the woods. She fought for her life for 17 minutes, and her mom tried to call during that time. And it was only a few minutes after she had tried to call her mother. And I think as mothers, not politicians, this is something that we should easily share with Allison Phillips. So when we are talking about the laws in place and the policies that we uphold as elected leaders in this country, do you know who we should be thinking about? We should be thinking about our daughters. And the fact that, look, everybody can fight all day long, Democrat, Republican. I got to tell you, though, it's so much bullshit when it comes down to the fact that this little girl fought for 17 minutes of the end of her 22-year-old life. The end of her 22-year-old life. And Governor Hochul, for the love of God, as you are a proud, registered Democrat, I don't know how on earth you can uphold laws that protect and give aid and comfort to monsters, especially one that was arrested in your state and let go because of your policies in your state. And I can't comprehend it, Mr. Chairman, just one more second. Laken Riley and her mother deserve to have one last chat. Like, you know what? Me and you get to have chats with our daughters. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Yield back. They've called votes. We're going to try to get 2 more questions in. I'll recognize Mr. Davis from Illinois and then Ms. Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you and the ranking member for letting me wave on to this hearing. I want to thank all of the witnesses, all of the governors who've been here and who've been here all day. But I also want to thank you, Governor Pritzker, for the outstanding leadership you have provided to the state of Illinois. Our state is characterized as being progressive and humane. Could you share why we think that's important, you as governor and I as a citizen resident?
Well, we had to do a lot of reform of our state government in order to get there, but it's important to me that we provide health care, that we provide education for all of our people, that we have policies and a government that take care of particularly those who are most vulnerable in our society, including working families, including the middle class. And it's very important to me that we be known for that. We are a state that is, frankly, cares a great deal about our fellow man. We are a state that is humanitarian in so many ways, and that stands up for the law. And so I'm very proud of our state. We have the greatest state in the country, the land of Lincoln, and we say that proudly because we know that Lincoln would be a Democrat today if he were alive. I'm a big believer in taking his values and promoting those, as well as the values now of today's Illinois, and promoting those. And we've done that and frankly succeeded in so many ways to lift people up. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We're proud of you and your leadership, and I yield back, Mr.
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Luna
Mr.
from
Chairman,
Florida.
point of inquiry, did you skip me in the order on purpose? Just curious.
It must have been an oversight, Mr. Moss.
Well, this is the
Chair
Oversight
recognizes
Committee,
Ms.
which
Luna.
has lots of oversight.
Gentlemen, please.
Chair
I'd like to ask
recognizes
my
Ms. Luna.
Just, suppressing free speech.
It's Ms. Luna.
Thank you very
You're
much,
recognized.
Chairman. First and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to educate the American people on what's really happening right now with these riots. So I see right now there's a lot of back and forth and finger pointing, but the fact is that there is a financial tie to these riots, tied to immigration, that actually leads right back to the Communist Chinese Party. Straight up, the LA riots have been organized by an organization dubbed PSL, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, funded by billionaire Chinese activist Neville Singham, who spends parts of his year by living in Shanghai. In addition to that, although he is not a registered foreign agent, he accepts a lot of money from the CCP and then turns around and funnels it right into some of these violent protests that we're seeing. But it doesn't just stop there. This is not the only organized protest that's using brown people and immigrants as a ruse to push their communist and Marxist agenda. Mr. Walz, thank you for coming in today to testify, or Mr. Walz. Real quick, is it true, yes or no, that you are speaking at the June 14th Twin Cities No King rally?
I can't confirm that right now. That could be true.
Okay. Just so you know, they're advertising you speaking there.
Okay.
The graphic's actually on X right now. I'd be happy to provide it for you, so I'll take that as probably speaking. Is it true also, I know on your campaign, that you had admitted to visiting China anywhere from 15 to 30 times, sir? Yes or no, please?
I did live in China. And
No, visiting, sir, in addition to living there and in addition to having,
That's correct.
All right. Also, too, I'd like to note that during your time in Congress that you filed for a $5 million earmark that actually was secured. $2 million of it went to the Harmel Institute that actually collaborated with the Wuhan Institute. Also, the Department of Homeland Security, sir, just to you, so that you're tracking, actually had an internal memo that was released that stated that the government of China considered you a prime target for influence operations. I'm letting you know that now because I do believe that you should be made aware of, if you are not already, that you are working with and going to be speaking at an organization and rally that not is just funded by Christy Walton, the heiress of Walmart, but also has ties to the Chinese Progressive Association, largely funding it, that actually brags on their website that they are pro-Maoist. Also, too, funded by the National Endowment for Democracy. I know there's a lot of people on this committee that don't like billionaires interfering in politics, but say nothing when George Soros gets over $260 million from USAID through the last administration that's then funneled into some of these nonprofits and organizations. So I guess my question for you guys is, now that I've made you aware that these riots are not about illegals and they're not about immigrants, if they did, they would have been protesting under Barack Obama, who's also dubbed the deporter-in-chief. And frankly, I think many of you would say that Barack Obama was a good president. Are you going to say that Barack Obama wasn't a good president? Yes or no, Governor Walz? Do you think he was a good president?
Do I think Barack Obama was a good president? I think he did a good job.
Okay, how about you, Governor Pritzker?
I think he did a good job. Yes.
Hochul?
Hochul, and yes, he did do a good job.
Okay, next. Perryman?
I think President Obama did a good job.
So then you would understand that Barack Obama had the very same policies, for the most part, on immigration that Republicans are parroting today, and yet you guys are sitting here saying that we're Gestapo. And what I would tell you is that what happens with open borders is that the real people that are coming here, the ones that are exploited, actually it hurts people on both sides, not just Americans, but the illegals. Some of you had said here to the actual committee that you are doing what you can to assist these people, but what I would say is that your policies aren't actually done from a place of understanding and sympathy. I would say that it's actually doing the exact opposite. And when you use brown people, just like they use black people with BLM and Marxists during BLM to usher that in, when you use brown people and you put Mexican flags with them saying that you stand up for illegal immigrants, but you follow the money and it's going back to the Communist Party, what you're essentially doing is using your platform as elected officials, the trust that the American people have put in you, essentially to usher in communism. You're not actually fighting for American values. Don't roll your eyes, because it's a serious topic and that's where the money's coming from. So now I'm informing you, so now you guys can make your decisions, but please be informed, sir, Mr. Walz, that if you truly do uphold the American ideologies and perspectives on the Constitution, you should not be speaking at that rally. I've given you the correct information, and as of right now, I've authorized a letter to be sent to my office to the President of the United States to rescind millions of dollars in funding that we know are going to the No Kings protests that were authorized and basically given under the last administration. That is what Congress is supposed to do, not point fingers, not blame people, but actually ensure that the American people are protected and not fighting for foreign interests, foreign governments, and also the communist.
Will the gentlelady yield for a question?
No.
You don't want to tell us what your evidence is of all this connections?
Actually, no, I will yield.
You know,
to that.
I appreciate
Mr. Goldman, you'll get 5 minutes.
Take your word for it.
But
you'll appreciate we might want actual evidence.
I would be happy to provide that, and I'd also be happy to inform Chairman that actually we have a letter of which you can sign on to. I know you like to sign on to letters with us, especially on the Epstein stuff. But we actually have a letter going out to Neville Singham on Friday, and it's actually signed by every single member of Oversight. I'd like to extend that to you because that letter is calling him to testify, and it's also calling for his financial transactions. And do you agree, sir, that we should not be accepting money from the Communist Chinese Party? I think anyone on this platform would agree that that should not be accepted, correct?
I would like for you to actually present evidence rather than just, quote, inform the witnesses, and now that they're informed, they should assume
I
what
don't
you
disrespect
say is
you. I'm
true
going to answer your question. We are having a hearing on it where we can present all the evidence.
Order.
No, but let's have this dialogue.
Yeah, go ahead. You're recognized, Ms. Luna.
We are going to be having a hearing, and you can gavel on to the hearing. I'd appreciate you to do it, because the fact is that the Democrat Party, remember,
is it going to be as good as the Biden impeachment hearing?
Mr. Goldman, you'll have 5 minutes in a moment.
Let's focus real quick.
Well, Mr. Chairman, she's out of time. I just think you're trying not to let me talk.
Guys, if you guys want to talk about it, I'll answer the question. But Mr. Singham is also funding Code Pink through his wife.
You know, it's my turn.
Can we ask Elon to divest from China while we're at it?
The lady's time's expired. The lady's time's expired.
We'll be having the hearing. Y'all are invited. We might have you guys
All right.
back.
Thank you. Before we go to votes, which have been called, I'm going to recognize Mr. Donalds for unanimous consent.
Mr. Chairman, I want to submit a letter into the record from Congressman Richie Torres to Governor Hochul, speaking specifically about that the Penn Station Center is actually being led by MTA, where the chairman is actually appointed by the governor of New York, and the cost overruns are $7 billion.
Without objection, so ordered. And again, the witnesses, I apologize. The votes were supposed to be at 4 o'clock when we scheduled this. They've been moved to 3. We have 4 or 5 votes. We'll come back here as soon as the votes are the last vote. So pursuant to the previous order, the committee will recess for floor votes. The committee will return 5 minutes after the last vote. There are only 7 or 8 more questioners, so the committee stands in recess.
shocking video showing the moment ICE agents smashed a car window and forcibly removed a man in New Bedford. 29-year-old Juan Francisco Mendez has no criminal record and was...
Stop, ma'am! Stop! Definitely a chaotic scene on Eureka.
And the chair recognizes, and I appreciate the witnesses' indulgence here. Again, we were told the votes would be at 4:15 and they were at 3 o'clock, so I apologize. We had 2 more votes than we were supposed to. So the chair recognizes Mr. Burleson from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just still kind of trying to understand the connection between our ICE officers and the Gestapo. I think the statement was horrific. The acting ICE director had this to say: on the final day of National Police Week, when those brave enough to put on a badge and a uniform to mourn their fallen brothers and sisters, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz referred to my professional, hardworking ICE agents and officers as a modern-day Gestapo. This is abhorrent, dehumanizing, and ignorant comments should not be tolerated. It seems that Mr. Walz prefers violent criminal aliens are released into Minnesota's communities. If the governor doesn't like the laws, he's free to advocate that Congress change them, but he should refrain from putting ICE officers in danger by likening them to one of the most appalling groups in history. Assaults against ICE officers are up over 400% from this time last period. And part of that is because politicians like Governor Walz are careless with their politically motivated rhetoric. He should issue an immediate apology to the men and women protecting his communities. Governor Hochul, do you agree with the statements that Governor Walz said? Do you agree with the characterization that ICE agents are Gestapo?
I don't use language like that in describing anyone. My view is that we respect our law enforcement, but also in a case where people have gone too far, they should be called out.
Do you agree with that association? Associating ICE officers with Gestapo?
It's not a word I would use, but I will say that I understand the sentiments that people feel.
Okay, well, thank you for being reasonable here. Next door, Governor Walz, is a group called, they were actually meeting here today, the Zionist Organization of America. And I spoke with Morton Klein, who is their national president, and he had this to say. He wanted me to read this to you. As a child of Holocaust survivors who lost almost my whole family to Gestapo Nazis, I find Governor Walz comparing Americans to ICE officials to Nazis a dramatic insult. Walz should be ashamed of himself, and I demand that he retract and apologize for this ugly, phony statement that diminishes the horror of the Holocaust. So I'm going to give you another chance, Governor Walz. Do you apologize for your associating, your comparison to ICE agents as Gestapo?
Thank you, Mr. Burleson. What I said is using a historical reference on authoritarianism, watching in my state and across this country,
Governor Walz, it's a simple question.
Covered faces.
Will you apologize to this Jewish community? Will you apologize to Jewish Americans?
I don't know, Mr. Klein. I would certainly be glad to speak with him if he would.
Mr. Walz, let me ask you this question: Are there any events that you regret from actions of illegal immigrants in your state? Are there any events that come to mind that you think of that weigh on you?
I certainly think any something that harms someone, all of
So let me give you an idea. Minnesota, your state, April 25th, ICE arrested an illegal alien from Ecuador charged for criminal sexual conduct with a child. Again, in Minnesota, on May 8th, ICE arrested an illegal alien from Mexico for selling heroin, meth, and fentanyl. Mr. Pritzker, in Chicago, in 2018, an illegal alien from Mexico is charged with aggravated criminal sexual abuse of a minor, then was released back into the public in 2022. And then Governor Hochul in New York, again, a Mexican national was charged, but this time for slashing a victim with a machete, and then released in January of this year, all ignoring ICE detainers and federal warrant. Mr. Walz, would you deport any of these individuals?
Could you give the names of the individuals and what they're...
I can get those to you, but if these are true, if somebody from Ecuador was charged with criminal sexual conduct with a child, would you want that person deported?
If they followed through due process and were found guilty, certainly. That's what we do now. We follow federal law.
You know, your states refuse to honor ICE detainers, even for illegal aliens convicted of serious crimes like assault or sexual offenses. The ICE data shows that 56,791 illegal aliens booked for serious offenses in 2025 alone, including over 3,000 for sex crimes. And that's why we're here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Crane from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Walz, you stated in your opening statement the following: but nothing Minnesota has done stands in the way of federal government managing its border security policy.
Okay.
Governor, I want to ask you, why are you lying to this committee?
I am not.
Who's the top law enforcement officer in the state of Minnesota?
The top law enforcement officer? Attorney General.
Yeah, that's right. What's his name? What's his name?
Are you asking me, do you know his name?
You know his name. Do you know his name?
I know the AG Ellison.
This is an article right here I'd like to submit for the record. Minnesota AG says will not enforce federal immigration laws as DOJ threatens to prosecute officials who resist.
Without objection, so ordered.
Why are you lying to this committee? That is the top law enforcement officer in your state who's saying he will not comply with the federal government.
Nothing in his opinion changes the fact that state law requires all state and county officials to ask for immigration status when a convicted felon is
No,
committed.
I'm sorry, Governor. He is saying he will not comply with federal laws. That's your top law
nothing in this
enforcement
opinion
officer.
changes how
You're
he-
lying and misrepresenting yourself to this committee. Now I want to ask you this. Do you think in that line of questioning, free health care, food assistance, free college tuition, driver's licenses, and cash assistance, do you think that that's helping or hurting this government manage its border security and policies?
Well, Minnesota ranks first in health care. We rank third in safety on our roads.
Let me answer that for you. It's actually hurting because what
It's
you've
making my state
created
safer
is
and more
you've created a
prosperous.
state that is now a magnet that is
There's
drawing
no law.
illegals
There is no sanctuary
to
law in
Minnesota.
Minnesota, Congressman.
I know you guys haven't put it that way on the books, but your state has everything, every element in it that is consistent with the sanctuary state.
That's
Moving
incorrect.
on, Mr. Walz. How about you calling ICE agents modern-day Gestapo? That also stands. Do you think that helps our federal government carry out its law enforcement?
I think best practices in law enforcement by
policies?
identifying who you are, identifying the vehicles, and making sure everyone has due process helps our law enforcement. I think covering your faces.
So you think that
rolling in there-
you think that helps calling our law enforcement agents that? What does ICE stand for, Governor? Immigration, Custom Enforcement, right? These are the guys that are tasked with enforcing immigration, federal immigration
That's right.
laws.
Federal. That's their job. It's
So
not
you
the
think
state's
that
job.
calling them Gestapo is helping? You're not standing in the way. None of the messaging, none of the rhetoric is standing in the way of this administration doing what they've been tasked to do. Is that what you're saying?
I think what would help them is to follow due process, and when they do these missions, do the things that we expect of law enforcement.
How about when you
Identify
went on
yourself.
Anderson Cooper, Governor Walz, and you said, how high is this wall? If it's 25 feet, then I'll invest in a 30-foot ladder factory. Do you think that helps our federal government carry out its law enforcement, its border security and policy operations?
When did I say that?
You went on Anderson Cooper and said that. Do you not remember saying that? Because you've said so many outlandish things that you
No, I
can't
don't
even
recall.
keep track of them.
The point being is
The
that you
clip
need
is there
more
for
than-
everybody. It's there for all Americans. If you guys want to go watch it, it's an easy Google. All right, Governor, you recently went on Gavin Newsom's podcast. You stated in regards to MAGA voters, I scare them a little bit, which is why they spend so much time on me. No, I'm serious because they know I can fix a truck. That's your direct quote. You also said on the show, I think I could kick most of their asses. I want to be very clear with you, Governor. You do scare us a bit, but it's not because you can fix a truck or change a tire. It's actually because of your radical left-wing agenda. You supported putting tampons in boys' bathrooms. You advocated for the disarming of Americans of their Second Amendment rights. You're pro-sanctuary city, as we have uncovered here today. You claim there is no guarantee to free speech when it comes to misinformation and hate speech. That right there is why the American people have such a hard time with you. It's not because we're crazy MAGA people. It's because of your radical left-wing agenda. I want to ask you on that last one where you claim there's no guarantee to free speech. Did you pick that up on one of your 30 trips to communist China, Governor? That sounds a lot like something that they would do. Yes or no?
So I don't believe hate speech has a place in there. Hate speech that incites violence.
Governor Walz, you said that Kamala Harris picked you for vice president to code talk to white guys. How did that work out for this administration? How well did you do with white guys?
I don't have the data.
You lost by 22 points to white guys. And it's because you talk like the way you do, you say the things you do, and you have this radical left-wing ideology. So if you want to continue that rhetoric, go on, brother. Keep doing it. We'll keep destroying you in elections.
And
Thank you, and I yield back.
The people of Minnesota will continue to have me serve them.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ramirez from Illinois.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to start by acknowledging Governor Pritzker from our great state of Illinois and thank him for coming before the committee, especially given the deeply unserious nature of this hearing. I want to start by asking Governor Pritzker a few questions. Governor, you have said that actions that bring all branches of government to stand in respect of one another underpin the guardrails of democracy. Is it your assessment that this administration's actions reflect the commitment to stand in respect of all branches of government or honor the guardrails of our democracy?
Thank you very much, Congresswoman, and it's good to see you. This administration has ignored court orders. This administration has ignored the laws that have been passed by the Congress. This administration is, in many ways, telling its agencies not to follow what the laws and the regulations that have been on the books. And this administration has been going after people individually and as groups that they believe are opponents of theirs, political opponents of theirs. That is not the way that a president ought to operate. We ought to have a president who follows the rule of law and doesn't break it.
Thank you, Governor. I agree with you. In your 2025 budget address, you noted that our state, the state of Illinois, is among the best in the nation for workforce talent, clean energy, educational and scientific institutions, and more. I couldn't agree with you more. Our economy is over $1.1 trillion, the 5th largest in the U.S. and the 18th largest in the world. And I understand that we are one of only 9 states, including New York and Minnesota, whose taxpayers contribute more to the federal government than they receive. So I just want to make sure I put that to the record. This is who we're putting here at a hearing. Governor, earlier this year, you noted that the authoritarian playbook is laid bare here. They point to a group of people who don't look like you, and then they tell you to blame them for your problems. Governor Pritzker, do you believe that the Trump administration is using the authoritarian playbook, particularly as it relates to immigrant communities across the country?
It's clear when you look at every action that they've taken with regard to immigration since they've taken office, including going in and attacking our communities in the state of Illinois. I think in the first week in office, Tom Homan bringing Dr. Phil with him unseriously, and then bringing the very serious ICE officials in to break down doors, to scare communities, to keep people from going to work and so on. It is clear that they are targeting communities of people who don't look like them and going after people that they think are opponents of theirs, or
including United States senators, Governor.
Including, thank you, and Alex Padilla. And by the way, I want to say to all of you on both sides, but particularly those on the Republican side, that I cannot believe the disrespect that was shown to a United States senator who was thrown down, handcuffed, and not allowed to ask a question of our Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. That seems completely irrational.
Governor, I agree with you, and because I have a limited time, I actually want to show the footage because I think what you're saying has to be seen here. I'm going to ask now that we play a clip of Senator Padilla being wrongfully arrested while we're in this hearing. Go ahead and play it. A United States senator. I want to make sure that people see.
Easy on my hands. Go ahead. Put behind my back.
All right. Cool. One hand. Lay flat. Lay flat. Other hand, sir. Other hand. There's no recording allowed out here.
What?
I do not know. There's no recording allowed out here per FBI, right?
They don't want you recording. so that you don't see how they violate due process repeatedly. I want to make sure that you see that footage. This is a United States Senator asking a question of Secretary Noem, and in return, he is pulled from the press conference, shoved down to the floor, slammed to the ground with handcuffs, arrested for doing his job of oversight. So let me go ahead and make sure that I say this clear, because I serve in Homeland Security, and I can tell you for a fact, they are weaponizing the government and the military against U.S. citizens to exert control and suppress dissent. I call that authoritarianism. We've seen it before. Here's the point: terror. That's what they're doing here. This hearing is a witch hunt against the governors that run successful cities, and we need to call it what it is. What we need here right now is Secretary Noem answering questions and oversight on why the hell she thinks that what happened to the senator is acceptable. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Hopefully you'll get to see the beginning of that tape when he approached the podium where the secretary was. You hadn't seen
To
that
ask
yet?
a question.
Mr. Chairman, on the full statement of the committee on the Democratic side, Senator Padilla is currently in Los Angeles exercising his duty to perform congressional oversight of the federal government operations in Los Angeles and across California. He was in the Wilshire Federal Building to receive a briefing with General Guillot and was listening to Secretary Noem's press conference. He tried to ask the secretary a question and was forcibly removed by federal agents, forced to the ground, as you saw, and handcuffed. He is not currently detained, and we are working to get additional information. And while we respect the Senate's ability to review this as a primary investigation, we also echo Ms. Ramirez's statement that we would like to have an investigation of that incident here from beginning to end.
You want to enter that into the record?
I do.
All right, without objection, so ordered. Now, Chair recognizes Mr. Jack. Okay, wait a minute. We did two Republicans, so we're going to go to Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would urge you to reserve comment on what happened to Mr. Padilla until you get full information. In fact, I would urge all of my Republican colleagues to take a breath before you once again desperately run to bend the knee to Donald Trump and to Kristi Noem. Because anyone with two eyes that can see that that was authoritarian, lawless behavior that no person in America, much less a senator conducting constitutional oversight, should have received. And I know it's hard for all of you to speak up against Donald Trump, and that's why we're here at this hearing talking all about Joe Biden, talking all about Joe Biden's policy this, Joe Biden's policy that, all these people who committed crimes under Joe Biden. Is it just because you're consistently trying to ignore the fact that Joe Biden is not president? Donald Trump is president. And what he's doing right now, which you all know, is he is going after people who are lawfully present. Now, I appreciate the governor's being here. I'm sorry you have to deal with this crap. Governor Hochul, especially, I want you to know, as a proud member of the delegation of your state, I am not going to use my 5 minutes to mount a campaign for governor against you, as my colleague from the North Country chose to do. I will give you the opportunity to actually answer some questions, unlike she did. And I will allow you to explain exactly what the policies in New York are as it relates to cooperation between the state and federal agents.
First of all, glad you're not running against me. Thank you. Secondly, I appreciate the opportunity to break through all the noise here today and to stop the talking points that keep mischaracterizing our policies in the great state of New York. New York is not a sanctuary or a haven for criminals. We devote an enormous amount of our energy working to keep New Yorkers safe. $2.5 billion I've allocated just in the last few years. We do cooperate with ICE when it comes to investigating or building a case against criminals. We do this all the time. And when someone goes through the criminal justice system in the state of New York, they do their time in prison. We alert ICE as to when, 30 days in advance of when they're to be removed, and we send them away. That's how it's supposed to work. But what we do not do under our laws is divert our essential resources to protect everyday New Yorkers from crimes themselves and have that help ICE with civil immigration enforcement. That is their job. That is the federal government's job. And we cannot be told to enforce federal laws. It's not constitutional.
Or to use all your limited resources to spend all that time doing their job.
My concern is that every minute that ICE officers are going after moms and dads and kids and separating families, perhaps one more criminal is still out there at large.
Well, it's
Why
funny
don't you
say
focus
that.
on
I'm
them?
sorry to interrupt you, because I actually, in my district office down in Lower Manhattan, witnessed ICE officers waiting for immigrants to come out of a courtroom. These are immigrants who have asylum applications. And I'm sure you agree with me that asylum is a lawful pathway to immigrate to this country. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
So in order to make these immigrants here unlawfully, the DHS is now dismissing their cases, their own removal proceedings against them, to void out the asylum process, the asylum claim. That way, when they go downstairs in the elevator, there are ICE agents that can be there and to arrest them and put them in expedited removal. And they don't have an asylum claim that is live anymore because they've just voided it out. These are non-criminal, these are non-violent immigrants who are here going through lawful process. And this is who the Trump administration is going after every single day. It's a disgrace. You said you were going to go after the worst of the worst. You were going to go after convicted criminals. You're here questioning about all these criminals. You're going after people who actually are going through the lawful process you say they should. But just because Donald Trump and Stephen Miller need to bump up their numbers because they can't do a good enough job in actually finding convicted criminals, you're going after moms, dads, separating parents from children. You have a voice, Republicans. Speak up. I yield back.
Now Chair recognizes Mr. Jack.
Is he here?
Okay. Mr. McGuire from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a yes or no question, hopefully fast because I don't have much time. So each witness one at a time. If you break the law, are you a criminal? Can you guys answer that quickly? We don't have much time.
Yeah. In certain circumstances, many
The answer
circumstances,
should
yes.
be yes. If you come across our border illegally, breaking our law to come across, are you a criminal? Yes.
If you
or no?
speed, are you a criminal? I mean,
Break the law, that's a crime.
Okay.
So if you
Call
come
them a
across our
criminal.
border illegally, you're a criminal. Just want to see if we can get that straight. All right, Governor Pritzker, are illegal aliens counted in the U.S. Census?
Every person in the United States is counted.
The census decides how many members each state gets in the U.S. House of Representatives. Year after year, tens of thousands of U.S. Citizens are fleeing the state of Illinois. It ranks only behind Governor Hochul's New York and Governor Newsom's California. You all are protecting and harboring illegal aliens for political purposes. Governor Pritzker, would you support prohibiting illegal aliens from being counted in the census, yes or no?
Your numbers are wrong, sir.
Would you, yes or no?
Your numbers are wrong, sir.
Would you
Constitution
support
says how you
prohibiting
count the
illegal
census.
aliens from being counted in the census? Would you? Or is harboring illegal aliens part of the strategy to get more Democrats in Congress? The bottom line is this: all illegal aliens have committed a crime and should be deported. Any additional act of violence committed by an illegal alien is entirely preventable. All sanctuary jurisdictions are unlawful. Each of you are breaking the law. And my message to you, or the message from the people, is you need to get it straight. Governor Walz, just over 3 weeks ago, you compared ICE agents to Donald Trump's modern-day Gestapo. Governor, do you regret those comments?
I regret that law enforcement is not following best practices, showing who they are, not taking people off the street, not giving due process.
We
It
would
puts
not
all
have
of
a
us at
country
risk.
without our men and women in law enforcement. Yes
That's
or no?
correct,
Did you
and those
know
who
ICE
show their
officers
faces.
are Did you know ICE officers are facing 413% increase in assaults?
Don't wear the masks, identify yourself, and work with local law enforcement.
You guys are doxing them. All right, your attacks on ICE officers are putting our law enforcement in deadly situations. It led to destructive riots breaking out in Los Angeles last weekend. President Trump had no choice but to step up and stop Los Angeles from burning buildings to the ground. Did you see videos of rioters throwing rocks through the windows of police officers' vehicles while they were driving on the highway? Did you guys see that? We wouldn't have a country without our men and women in law enforcement. In 2023, you signed legislation to expand eligibility to illegal aliens for taxpayer-funded health care, Minnesota driver's license, and free college tuition. America Last policies. Let's take a look at some of the illegal aliens you so boldly want to support with taxpayer funds. I'll probably say his name wrong, but Abrahashad Alimi, illegal alien from Somalia. Criminal history includes convictions of murder, DUI, and disorderly conduct. Eric Martinez Mondragon, illegal alien from Mexico and known member of 18th Street Gang. He served time in robbery and possession of a firearm. And Marco Granda, illegal alien from Ecuador. He was convicted for criminal sexual conduct of a child. The taxpayer-funded incentives you are providing in Minnesota bring in vicious thugs who are robbing, raping, and killing your citizens. And American people are tired of these America Last Marxist policies. We need more patriotism. You know, when I look at a MAGA, to me it means make America great again for all Americans, regardless of party, race, religion, or creed. America first, and that's why we won the presidency and we got the Senate and the House. If you had a basketball team and you hate your basketball team, you will never win. And we have a heart and love all people of the world, but if we can't take care of our country, if we're allowing these illegal criminal aliens to rob, rape, and kill the American people, that is wrong, and that's why we won, and if you guys keep that up, we'll keep winning.
Congressman, can I respond to the two cases in Minnesota? I think it's important to the hearing we're having. You want to know what we're doing. Mr. Alami was held in Freeborn County Jail.
So,
straight resources
Governor
paid for
Hochul,
that.
Debrina Kwam fell asleep on a subway in New York. While she was asleep on a train, she was set on fire and killed by an illegal alien from Guatemala. This could have been prevented. And what upsets me or strikes me the most is that in Democrat-run cities, people are so desensitized by the violence and the policies that people just stood by and watched that happen. What can we do better?
The entire situation sickens me to know that that happened in our state. I abhor all crimes, and that one was particularly heinous. And that's why my law enforcement are dedicated to keeping the streets, subways, and communities of our state safe. It's my #1 priority. It's how I've invested enormous amounts of resources. And just for the record, we do cooperate in criminal identification, prosecution, and removal of individuals who commit crimes who are not in this country legally. We want them deported. We cooperate with ICE every day of the week to make our streets safer. I'm not sure why that's not breaking through in this hearing. How many times can we say that? We're not supporting this. We don't want these individuals here. We abhor this violence and crime. So that's the message should be the takeaway. How can we work together? How can you do your job and help us secure the border and have more legal pathways for people who want to be here legally and contribute to our economy, but not the criminals. We are not a sanctuary for any criminals.
You go back.
Gentleman, time's expired. Now, Chair recognizes Ms. Morrison from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the witnesses for being here today, especially you, Governor Walz. It's great to see you as ever. Welcome back to the People's House. Thank you for your distinguished service in the National Guard, 24 years, I believe. Thank you for your service here in Congress and as our governor. I'm sorry you haven't received the warmest welcome here today, but I'd like to start by taking a moment to correct the record on a few points. I think all of us here would agree that violent criminals who aren't citizens shouldn't be in this country, full stop. But that's not what this hearing is about. This hearing is about intimidation and striking fear in immigrant communities. This hearing, unfortunately, is not about moving forward with the comprehensive immigration reform our country so desperately needs. It's about distracting the American people from the disaster that has been the first few months of the Trump administration and his Republican majority in Congress. Much like our state, my congressional district is diverse. I represent many immigrant families who call our community home, and we welcome them because they make our community stronger. I recently had the honor of attending a naturalization ceremony where we welcomed new Americans from 85 different countries. It was an incredibly moving day, an auditorium full of new Americans who were so excited and proud to join our great American project. The room was full of hope and patriotism. I could not have been more proud to welcome them and to participate in that day. We are a country of immigrants. It is what makes us strong and dynamic and unique in the world. My colleague's characterization of our state bears no resemblance to reality. Would you agree, sir? Minnesota is an incredible state with a wealth of business, industry, natural resources, beauty, and rich diversity. And it's a state where working families thrive. As you know, Governor, we worked together for 6 years when I was in the state legislature, and I am so proud of what we accomplished during that time. We delivered for the people of Minnesota the largest middle-class tax cut in the history of our state, historic investments in education, created a paid family and medical leave programs that allows working parents to care for their children and their loved ones, codifying the right to comprehensive reproductive health care, and providing school breakfast and lunches for K through 12 students so no child in Minnesota goes hungry. If we want to talk about protecting our children and families, let's talk about the chaotic tariff war President Trump started, which is serving only to make life less affordable for families and is decimating small businesses. Let's talk about the 16 million people who are going to lose their health care, or who are going to have their health care taken away from them by the Republicans and their ridiculously named Big Beautiful Bill. Let's talk about the millions of children who will go hungry if the Republicans are successful in taking away their food assistance. Governor Walz, since my Republican colleagues want to talk about threats to our children and families, let's talk about food insecurity. It's now been over 2 years since you signed the school meals legislation into law. What has been the impact of this program on fighting child hunger in Minnesota?
Yeah, well, thank you, Congresswoman, and we miss you in Minnesota, but glad you're here. Well, the direct impact to families is a savings of about $1,700 a year to those families that they're able to see, and mostly middle class. But the real impact is on educational achievement. Last year, Minnesota was able to notch the highest graduation rates in our state history. We also see school attendance rates go up. We see better behaviors, less discipline from it. So it's a smart investment. It's the right thing to do. And the payoff for Minnesota is we have a healthier, better educated workforce, which is why Minnesota almost always ranks near the top in quality of life indicators.
Thank you, Governor. Now I want to talk more about the Republican plan to take food assistance away from our children and families. If their budget becomes law, it will be the biggest cut to SNAP in history and jeopardize food assistance for millions of families across the country, including 100,000 Minnesotans, many of whom are children. Would you agree that the Republican proposal to cut SNAP is one of the biggest threats facing children and families in Minnesota right now?
Yes, coupled with Medicaid and Medicare cuts.
And also, Governor Walz, I just want to give you a moment to, if there's anything you'd like to clarify that's been said in this unbelievable committee hearing today. I don't even know what the adjective is.
Well, thank you, Congresswoman, and we have like 30 seconds. Look, we're here to work with you. You've heard time and time again. We have a job to do as governors. The federal government has a job to do. Not doing ICE's job is not interference or not wanting to get these people. And the gentleman asked the question and then left. The gentleman he brought up with, we held him, we paid for it, we called DHS before he was released. The second one he mentioned, DOC called DHS prior to his release. We do that every single time in Minnesota. That law has been on the books for many years, and that's how we implement it. So I just don't understand why we don't want to work together to be successful. None of us want the criminals on the street, but I certainly want immigrants in Minnesota who are contributing to our quality of life.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
Thank you, Governor.
Chair recognizes Ms. Bobert from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Los Angeles riots are certainly a shameful explosion of lawlessness that we are once again seeing. The narrative has changed in these riots, but it's certainly the same type of actors. We're seeing businesses torched, cars torched, families uprooted, certainly communities that are scared. And this is by no means a peaceful protest. It is absolute chaos, and rioters don't get a free pass to burn down cities just simply because they're mad, because they are mad that our nation's laws are being upheld, that our federal agents are upholding their oath and doing what they were hired to do. Our first responders deserve respect. They do not deserve to have rocks thrown at them and to be injured. But, I mean, let's be honest, this violence didn't really spark in a vacuum. Sanctuary policies are a magnet for trouble. They shield criminals, undermine the rule of law. And, governors, I've sat here and I've heard you today. You say that safety is your #1 priority. You want your communities safe. You want your people safe. And, Governor Hochul, you just asked, how can we work together to ensure that that happens? Well, that's exactly what we want to do in this hearing. We want to work together. We want to talk to you about your sanctuary policies that are actually preventing us from working with you to keep your community safe, because we want them safe as well. I have the same policies in Colorado that restrict our local law enforcement officers from coordinating with federal agents. And some of my counties have issued lawsuits to try to end that. But this is serious, and we owe it to every American to restore safety and enforce our laws. It's been stated that this is a federal law, and it's not your job to uphold the federal law. Well, we're not asking you to uphold it. We're just asking you to kind of step out of the way and allow the federal government to do the job, to uphold these laws. When you have someone, don't wait until they commit a violent, heinous crime before we know their immigration status. So now we're seeing these riots everywhere. We've heard in 2020 that everything was mostly peaceful as cities burned down, as people lost their lives, as law enforcement officers lost their lives. So I just want to ask you three governors, yes or no, is the destruction of private and governmental property, is that something that fits under your definition of a peaceful protest? Governor Walz, yes or no?
No, it does not.
Thank you. Governor Pritzker?
I find it hard to believe that you're lecturing us about peaceful protest. Look at what happened January 6th here at the Capitol.
No, what we're seeing in LA is an insurrection. You want to talk about an insurrection? This is an absolute insurrection.
You don't understand what insurrection is when people are trying to overturn an election here at the Congress.
I started this off
You were
showing
here.
you
They were
decorum, and I would
attacking you, by the
expect
way.
the same. I would expect the same.
I'm answering your question. It is outrageous that you are asking us
Is it
these
peaceful
questions when you're the one condoning
destroy
of people who attack
private and
police
government property
right here at our Capitol?
Governor Hochul, it's been a long day. Does that fit under your definition of a peaceful protest? The destruction of private and government property?
No, and we feel for the business owners and the community for what's going on there.
So
but
do we.
This is a narrow
yes or no,
scope of people, and the vast
would lighting
majority are
police
peaceful.
cars on fire fit under the definition of a peaceful protest?
No, we reject that. No one should be lighting police cars on
yes
fire.
or no?
I'm opposed to violence in any form. Yes.
Governor Walz?
Yeah, we reject that.
Okay. Throwing bricks or large rocks at police officers? Is that peaceful?
It is not.
Is that peaceful, Governor?
Whether it's in Los Angeles or here in Washington at the Capitol, no.
Yeah, that didn't happen here. Governor Hochul?
Rejected.
It actually did, but no, it's not acceptable.
Okay. Governor Pritzker, you have you or have you not called for mass protests and mobilization and disruption?
Indeed, microphones, megaphones, going to the ballot box.
Well, they're responding in a much different way, are they not? President Trump also asked for people to peacefully make their voices heard. So it's okay for you to say that and hold that standard, but President Trump has a different standard when he actually makes the claims.
Inciting riots at the Capitol?
And you said you want mass protests,
mobilizations,
and disruption as a response to President Trump's policies. I just think that this is all hypocritical. You've called in your National Guard. You don't want President Trump to come in and enforce the rule of law to keep communities safe, and your destructive policies are harming American citizens. We should not have to wait until violence is committed to find out their legal status. We have 2 million unknown gotaways because of Joe Biden's administration, and we have got to find them and get them out of America. And I thank President Trump and his administration for doing just that. I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Craig from Minnesota.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for allowing me to wave on to this committee today. I think if I were a permanent member, I'd have a permanent headache.
Well, you won't have to worry about it, but
Governor
go ahead.
Walz, it is so good to see you today. Let me start by saying that we should all be against chaos. We all are for a safe and secure border and an orderly immigration system. What we're seeing now, though, is chaos out of the current administration with their blatant disregard for due process and their indiscriminate immigration executive orders. In fact, the Trump administration's Department of Homeland Security had to take down its posted sanctuary jurisdictions list because it created mass confusion in Minnesota for local officials and was opposed by local law enforcement. And so, Governor Walz, let me just start, just so we know the record is correct. I didn't think Minnesota was a sanctuary state. Is Minnesota a sanctuary state, Governor?
We are not. The legislature has passed no such law, and I have signed no such law, and we follow all federal law.
Thank you, sir. That list included 20 counties when it came out across Minnesota without any rhyme or reason, including LeSueur County, which I represent. I've inquired into why they are listed from DHS, but still absolutely no answers. Governor Walz, I thought it might be helpful to point out that according to the FBI's own 2023 data, Minnesota has fewer violent incidents per 100,000 than states such as Tennessee, Louisiana, Missouri, Texas, Alabama, Georgia, I'm going to repeat that again, Georgia, and Ohio. Why do you think that our state has been able to maintain a lower crime rate than other states?
Well, thank you, Congresswoman. And we are at a 30-year low on serious crimes, and as you said, we consistently rank below. And I think that's because we invest, as we have, historic investments in law enforcement, but law enforcement works with the community. There's a process in place. We know who they are. They work hand in hand. We make sure that those laws are followed, and we also have policies where we show compassion to our neighbors. And it's not chaos, as you said. It's done right. So I am grateful, grateful for the law enforcement who does that work, but I'm also grateful to the legislature and my administration who have put in historic amounts of help to make sure they're able to deliver those services. And they are the ones that are best trained to do it. And the case that you brought up of listing these, in Minnesota, counties can go above the federal floor. If they want to issue detainers, they certainly can. Many of those counties that were listed on there would fit the definition of everyone on this side of the aisle is asking for, and they're doing that. Nothing prohibits them in Minnesota from doing that, and yet they ended up on the list. It caused great chaos, and law enforcement themselves, and as you heard earlier, Sheriff's Association issuing, that they can't be done this way.
Thank you, Governor. Earlier today, I spoke with the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce, and I think all of us here share the goals of lowering costs for our constituents and growing the economy. According to a Minnesota Chamber Foundation report from this February, Minnesota's immigrant labor force participation rate was over 74%, well above the national average. And they fill important jobs in our agriculture, healthcare, and manufacturing sectors. Governor Walz, how can we ensure Minnesota remains a state to attract the talent we need and a strong economy?
We invest in our people. We make sure we remain the #1 healthcare state. We make sure that people are safe in their communities. We talk about focusing on the work that the State Patrol keeps our roads safest. Top 3 state for the lowest number of traffic accidents. That's what they should be focusing on. Investing, and as the Chamber is focusing on, Minnesota's #4 in Fortune 500 per capita, and we were ranked 6th best state for business. Continue to have a well-educated, a healthy, safe, and make sure we're investing in those opportunities for people. That's all we're asking, and we're asking that the federal government do their job. You continue to ask states to do ICE job. They are free to do their job in Minnesota, but they're asking us to do the job when we're doing everything we can to help, but we have all of the other responsibilities of educating, of public safety, of roads, of transportation, of water infrastructure. And that's why Minnesota remains a top state, because we invest in our people, we invest in their growth, we invest in their families.
Thank you, Governor. I appreciate this. And Mr. Lynch, I'll yield last 20 seconds to you if you've got that.
Thank you. I'm happy to take that. Thank you very much, Representative. For this 12 seconds, I just want to read. This is from the Minnesota Reformer from February 12th, 2025. The sanctuary bill that was offered in the Minnesota legislature is already dead, as House Speaker says it doesn't have the votes. So this was an attempt to actually make Minnesota a sanctuary state, and it, like the Speaker said, didn't have the votes and died very early in the process.
And we got to the business of balancing our budget and investing in all of the other things we needed to do.
All right, gentlemen, ladies, time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Miller from Illinois.
Thank you, Chairman. Governor Pritzker, Illinois is at a crisis point. Illegal aliens in our state have overwhelmed local communities and schools, causing untold pain and suffering while costing the Illinois taxpayers billions. Governor, in a recent report by Capital News of Illinois, you called for mass protests, for mobilization, for disruption. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit the Capital News of Illinois report titled Trump's 100 Days. Pritzker calls for mass mobilization as he grows his national profile.
Without objection, so ordered.
Governor, before we go any further, will you commit today to working with the Trump administration and ICE to ensure that the violence we've seen in Los Angeles does not occur in Chicago or anywhere else in our state? Yes or no?
Thank you, Congresswoman Miller. We work every day with the federal government
Yes
to
or
keep
no,
our
sir?
streets safe.
Will you commit to working with the
We
Trump
do
administration?
all the time work with the federal government, law enforcement,
Okay,
constantly.
I'm taking that as a yes. Governor, you said earlier this afternoon that you were willing to, and I quote, stand in the way of Tom Holman, end quote, who, I would like to note, is carrying out federal law. I have before me numerous examples of illegal alien violence in Illinois, but I want to highlight the story of Joe Abraham, whose daughter was tragically murdered by an illegal alien in central Illinois. Under your watch, sir. I will now read his account. Hello, my name is Joe Abraham. I am the father of 3, and Katie was my youngest. Katie had a beautiful soul, a sharp wit, and a huge personality. She loved life, and she lived it with authenticity, humor, and heart. She was the kind of person who succeeded at anything she put her mind to. She had a future full of promise. She was everything to our family. In the early hours of Sunday, January 19th, Katie was riding in a Honda Civic with 4 friends. They were stopped at a red light when their car was struck from behind by an SUV traveling 78 miles per hour. The driver didn't brake, he didn't swerve, he just slammed into them. The driver had previously been deported and was in the country illegally using an alias. He was allegedly intoxicated. After the crash, he fled the scene on foot without calling 911, without offering any help to the 5 women he had just hit. Katie died at the scene. Another young woman passed away the next day at the hospital. Instead of staying to face what he had done, the driver fled Urbana, made his way to Chicago, and then boarded a bus headed to Mexico. Thankfully, he was captured before fleeing the country. We share Katie's story, not just to honor her memory, but to raise awareness and to seek justice. No family should have to endure this type of loss. Sir, the family is here. The father is here. Would you like to apologize to Katie's family? Feel free to direct your comments to me.
I am very sorry for their loss. I really am.
I can only imagine what other instances have taken place but have not been reported. You have stated that Illinois will not allow local police departments to assist ICE as they work to address the illegal immigration crisis that you helped to create. In light of the crimes that I have mentioned, do you stand by your policy of tying the hands of Illinois law enforcement? Yes or no, sir?
You know, Congresswoman Miller, I am
Yes or
not
no,
going
sir?
to be lectured to by somebody who
I'm
extols
reclaiming
the
my
virtue
time.
of
I'm
Adolf
reclaiming my
Hitler,
time, Chairman.
of somebody who
In
has allowed the
2024,
pardoning of January 6th.
I'm reclaiming my time. In 2024, after the presidential election, you stated on MSNBC that, and I quote, "I am going to do everything that I can to protect our undocumented immigrants," end quote. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit a Fox News report into the record titled, "Dem Governor JB Pritzker vows to do everything I can to protect our undocumented immigrants."
Congresswoman, I was
These
talking about
policies
the people who
are
have lived in our
not
state for
only
decades
These
now.
policies are not only deadly, but they have cost Illinois taxpayers billions to the tune of $3 billion since 2022. Governor, your state budget doesn't balance without massive yearly tax increases. This year, you hiked taxes by $800 million. Your budgets fund the services of illegal
That's
aliens,
inaccurate,
while
Congresswoman.
Americans
Again,
are left behind.
inaccurate.
With many
Nearly
choosing
everything is
to flee our
mischaracterized
state.
in your statement.
Governor, I judge you based on your actions, not on your words. And from what I can tell, you are doing everything in your power to roll out the red carpet for illegal aliens to protect them, all at the expense of working people of Illinois. Your policies have been disastrous for our state, and they would be disastrous for our country. And with that, I yield back.
Your failures are a
Gentlelady
disaster for this
yields
country.
back. Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Superman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I first want to say that what happened this afternoon, this afternoon's manhandling of Senator Alex Padilla after he sought to speak at a public press conference was wrong and should be condemned by both parties, by every member in this chamber. But it follows a pattern in this administration of weaponizing law enforcement and using excessive force to attack peaceful protests and political opponents. And it's terrible. I mean, you know, we're talking about what's going on in sanctuary states, quote unquote. But you know, I live in Virginia, and we're not a sanctuary state. But what is happening is that our sheriff's office has made a decision to participate in the 287G program, and basically working with ICE to show up in schools, show up in businesses, and try to basically attack kids, right? Detain kids. And this is wrong. And this is not what our country is about. And so I do not want us to be supporting these types of actions. Yesterday in Sterling, Virginia, we had masked men show up to a courthouse and detain people and arrest people. And a lot of this is peaceful, and this again follows this pattern of weaponizing law enforcement and weaponizing the DOJ and other places to attack political opponents, attack peaceful protests, and to go around trying to make a political point. And because I think that's what this is really about. This is about politics, and this is about using law enforcement to show strength, but that's not strength. That's not strength. And so the other thing about this is none of this is making our communities safer, and none of this is good for our country. And so I want to ask Governor Walz, do these raids and do these actions and this use of law enforcement, is it making the folks in Minnesota safer?
Well, thank you, Congressman. In my opinion, no. It's causing chaos and fear amongst folks and characterizing folks who are waiting on asylum claims, who are trying to become naturalized. It causes chaos. And the other thing it does, it causes local law enforcement, they lose trust in the community. It puts them at risk. And the lack of coordination that we hear, that no calls are coming in, we always coordinate. And in the past, Democratic and Republican administrations have coordinated with us. We're not seeing it. It's creating chaos and fear. And yes, get these stories of these violent criminals. We hold them. We call DHS. but those violent criminals aren't at a preschool. That's what we have to get right. Go after why you're doing this. Get us a bipartisan bill that makes sure that folks can process and be documented, and let's make this country prosperous and continue to have a country.
Exactly, because that's a great point, because if we really want to solve immigration, why don't we do a bipartisan immigration reform bill? We can strengthen our border. We can find a path for those who've been here for a long time. We can actually solve this problem in Congress, but instead we're going around with masked men, intimidating people, throwing U.S. senators to the ground, and not solving any problem. And Governor Pritzker, I've talked to a lot of businesses in my community who are really concerned about what's going on, and this is not good for our economy either. And so I'd ask you, Governor Pritzker, what do you feel, is this good for your state? Is this making folks in your state safer or well off or better off?
Congressman, thank you. And no, this is making us worse off. It's actually harming public safety. It's frightening our communities. And frankly, if you're one of the people, the U.S. citizens that are getting taken off the streets, or people who are here in this country legally taken off the streets, I mean, imagine what effect that has on the rest of the population. And in my state, we reject that. I mean, the values of the people of the state of Illinois reject that. And I just want to say, because Congresswoman Miller would not allow me to, I just want to say very importantly that anyone who is condoning the $400 million airplane going to the President of the United States from the Qataris, who would spy on us in an instant if they were able to do this. Anybody who's condoning the President of the United States accepting the Chinese Communist Party money to his family through his meme coin. I mean, that is corruption, and yet that is what Congresswoman Miller is condoning. She's the one who thinks it's okay to pardon people who attack police right here at the Capitol. Thank you for giving me that moment.
Yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Fishback from Minnesota.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I just want to say thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to be waved on today, Mr. Chair. And I will just say that oversight is far livelier than Ways and Means. But, and Governor Walz, I want to say I thank you for being here, because I know you've been very, very busy running around the country, giving speeches and having town halls in Republican districts. Yeah, well, you were running around, though, I know, while they were trying to negotiate that. It's my time, Mr. Governor Walz, it's my time. But there has been a lot of discussion and questions about policies that provide benefits for illegal aliens. And I understand, Governor, that you're going to say Minnesota is not a sanctuary state per se because the legislation was not passed. And just a yes or no question, Ranking Member Lynch had mentioned that there was a bill that was introduced for a sanctuary state this year in the Minnesota legislature. Would you have signed that bill? Did you support that bill?
Oh, thousands of bills introduced, hypothetical. We don't have it. I operate under the same law you operated under.
Okay, thank you, Governor Walz.
Under Lieutenant Governor.
But Governor Walz, we all know that you probably had some opinion on that bill. You're just choosing not to answer because the answer was probably yes, you would have signed that bill if it had passed. So, but like Mr. Emmer, Mr. Crane, I think Mr. McGuire, a whole bunch of them mentioned the policies that Minnesota has. So yes, I understand, not a sanctuary state per se, but the policies are certainly making it into, I think, as I recall, they mentioned driver's license for all, they mentioned the free tuition for illegal immigrants, they mentioned the Medicaid benefits, so you in essence create a sanctuary state.
The sheriff supported the driver's license bill. The hospitals and others.
Governor Walz, I am certainly aware of that. I served many years in the legislature. I still keep an eye. I have many friends there. I understand that. But in essence, they are creating a sanctuary state in practice. And so we are going to talk a little bit about the legislature, because just earlier this week, both chambers of the Minnesota legislature passed HF 1. And you're probably familiar with it. I don't know if you've signed it yet or not, but it repeals Minnesota care eligibility for illegal immigrants, adults ages 18 and older. And with that recent repeal of eligibility for illegal immigrants, a policy that initially, it was after my time, was enacted in your time, 2023 under your administration, now being reversed with those budget negotiations. I was just wondering, first of all, do you know how many illegal immigrants were covered and are currently covered in Minnesota with Medicaid?
I don't have the exact number. It's not Medicaid. It's state that does this through Minnesota Care.
Okay, well, but you still don't know how many. So
I don't
all
have
of those
I believe
negotiations you were deeply involved in earlier that you mentioned you were deeply involved in, that number never came up?
I don't have it in front of me right now.
Okay.
So we can certainly get it to you.
I would love it. I would love to have that. But do you support, I mean, I understand. Did you support that provision that removing the illegal immigrants?
I will sign it into law.
No, did you support it during the negotiations?
Do I support it? I'm going to sign the bill.
But there's negotiations. So I guess what I'm
We're very
hearing,
good
though,
at
you
it. That's why we have a
didn't
balanced budget.
You didn't
And so I
support-
negotiated with the Republicans. Do I think it makes sense? Look, you know, Congresswoman, that federal law requires us to provide health care to people when they show up in emergency rooms. That's why the hospitals have uncompensated care.
Reclaiming my time, because you're trying to change the subject, because I asked you very specifically, during negotiations, did you support the provision to eliminate illegal immigrants from health care?
It's a question that makes no sense. I support it at the end of the day in a negotiation, which I agree to and will sign it.
Thank you, Governor. I mean, you were here in Congress. You understand what reclaiming your time means. Yeah, you understand that. But I guess I will move on because, you know, there was concerns about SNAP provisions being cut and all kinds of, but you supported that. I mean, you supported that over the over government. Excuse me, over the health care to illegal immigrants. I guess I'm confused about because you had other cuts you had to make. So what did you, all of the things that you guys have been talking about with law enforcement, education, school breakfast and lunch, did you cut that during the budget negotiations this year? Because my understanding is you had quite a deficit.
We don't. We have a budget surplus, as you know, Congresswoman.
Well, long term, but you had to make cuts this year.
We had a balanced budget. It's something we can help you all with. We have a balanced budget we agreed on. We left $1.9 billion on the bottom line for this biennium. And even
but your structural budget, you had to make cuts.
Was reduced by 50%.
You had to make cuts, or no? You didn't make any cuts.
We balanced a budget. We moved and we invested.
All right, Governor, I'm going to move on because I have one more thing and I'm running out of time because I really do want to talk about. You had mentioned civility, or someone had mentioned civility. There was a discussion earlier about civility, But Mr. Fallon had mentioned how you had said, you know, you want to kick Republican ass. You've mentioned bullying. There's another one where you're going to bully the SHIT out of President Trump. There's all kinds of things, and then you had a discussion about civility, and I'm embarrassed because you say you're an educator and you're the governor of my state that I'm supposed to be proud of, and this is the kind of garbage. The example you're setting for our children, that you're telling people to bully each other. And I try very hard not to say those kinds of things because I understand that it is meaningful. When you hold a position like this, you should not be saying things like that.
But you support the president's language?
Hey, gentlelady's
the president is not in front of me right now, Governor.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
He should be.
Chair recognizes the ranking member for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have here a statement from the distinguished Representative Betty McCollum from Minnesota that notes that Minnesota's crime is declining, 30-year low, companies are hiring. It's one of the best places to raise a family in America, and it is not a sanctuary state.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Lawler from New York.
Governor Hochul, under your watch, New York has spent billions of dollars of taxpayer money providing free housing, clothing, food, education, and health care to illegal immigrants. Meanwhile, you're charging hardworking New Yorkers $2,500 annually just for the privilege of driving to work. Speaking of driving, when you ran for Congress, did you oppose giving driver's licenses to illegals, yes or no?
No, that was previous to that. It was in 2020.
You had a commercial running for Congress touting your position.
No, but the position goes back earlier than that.
Driver's license.
My point.
Did you oppose giving driver's licenses to illegals when you were running for Congress, yes or no?
At the time I did,
yes
and I'll
no?
tell you
Governor,
why.
Yes or no?
I had a
Yes or
chance to go out and see a very rural district
Reclaiming my
where
time.
mothers were being denied the chance
Governor,
to drive
yes
their
or no,
kids
do
to
you
the
support
doctor's
illegal
office.
immigrants getting
People were being denied the
taxpayer-funded
chance to
health
go to
care?
their jobs, and I understood
Governor,
the merits
please
of
answer
having
the
it.
question.
Governor.
I'm not sure there'll ever be a real question.
You were asked a question and you chose to try to
gave an
deflect.
answer.
The fact is you did support giving illegals driver's
There was
licenses,
a-
oppose giving illegals driver's licenses. Now you support it.
Mhm.
Governor, yes or no, do you support illegal immigrants getting taxpayer-funded health care? Yes or no?
We provide health care to people in need, including moms with new babies.
Do you support giving illegal immigrants taxpayer-funded health care? Yes or no?
We support giving money, support
The
for
answer is
healthcare
yes. You expanded health care access in 2024
Yes, I did.
under Medicaid.
for senior
Governor,
citizens
after
and
the
moms with
election,
new
you
babies.
said,
I would do it all
reclaiming
over
my
again.
time. Governor, after the election, you said, someone breaks the law, I'll be the first one to call up ICE and say, get them out of here. Governor, yes or no, have you personally called up ICE and asked them to get anyone out of New York?
As the governor of New York, I have an entire state police force
Have you
that
personally
carries on
called
my
anybody up
directions.
and asked ICE to get anyone out of New York? Yes or no?
My state police acts as my agency and
You
my
have
surrogate.
not, correct?
When I say me, I'm referring to my entities such as the state police that
you're
handle
like
that.
Governor Cuomo. I am the government.
That's your
position?
characterization, not mine.
Yes or no? Should ICE have been called on Sebastian Zapata Cali?
Can you refresh me as to the circumstances of the case?
He's the individual who burned the woman alive on the train.
Of course.
Should
they
ICE have been called on him?
NYPD was handling that situation.
Should ICE have been called? That's my question. Yes or no?
If there was an arrest made, he should have been deported after conviction, yes.
Okay. So, Governor, when you were sworn in 2021, you signed an executive order keeping many of Governor Cuomo's executive orders in place, including EO 170. Interestingly enough, you did not include EO 170.1. Are you familiar with EO 170.1?
I don't have it in front of me. I have thousands of executive orders.
I have it right here, Governor.
I'm sure you do.
And what you did, you waited several years until this year, January 16th of this year, in which you finally signed it and reinstated it into law. Why did you wait until just 4 days before Donald Trump was sworn in as president to sign EO 170.1 into law? And to refresh your memory, it basically mandates that federal immigration authorities cannot enforce civil arrests in New York State buildings. Why did you wait several years to reinstate that?
Because we had a high level of confidence that under the previous administration that people going into the courthouses, whether they're victims of crimes, witnesses of crimes, would have their rights protected. I had no
In
assurance
other words,
that would
you
happen.
believe they would not enforce federal immigration law, and you were concerned that President Trump and his administration would enforce federal immigration law?
We thought it was important for victims of crimes and witnesses to murders, for example, that they have access to courts without being threatened or intimidated.
Yeah. Speaking of crime, more than 3,200 illegal immigrants have been arrested in New York City for committing crimes while living in taxpayer-funded housing under your watch, Governor. Governor, are you aware of any law or executive order that would prevent a citizen of New York, a citizen of the United States, from facing criminal or civil enforcement in a state building?
I'm not aware.
So you think that citizens should be treated less than and have less protections than illegal immigrants?
No,
Is that what you're saying?
Our state laws say we cooperate in all criminal cases. I've made that very clear over the last
Yeah, but you're not doing that.
7
That's the
hours.
reality. Governor, do you
Truth
support,
is, we
do you
don't
support
help
the New
them with
York
civil
for All
enforcement
Act?
because civil
Governor,
enforcement
reclaiming my
isn't-
time, do you
Go for it.
support the New York for All Act?
I'm not speaking about hypothetical
No,
bills.
Governor, this isn't a hypothetical. There was a sit-in in the state legislature today by activists blocking state senators from coming into the chamber. Do you support the New York for All Act? It's yes or no.
I will tell you this, I get about 1,000 bills put on
Do
my
you
desk
support
probably by
the New York
midnight
for All
tonight,
Act?
which is, this is keeping me from doing the work of the people back home. But I can
Governor,
sit here
you've
as
done
long
a
as you
terrible
like.
job as governor. It's not keeping you from anything. Frankly, New York is better off with you down here and not in the state. The fact
don't
is,
think we're better off with you here.
The fact is, Governor, you will support the New York for All Act. You will sign it into law if it passes the
I have no
state
confidence it's
legislature.
going to pass.
You have no confidence it will pass.
I don't
If
know.
it does pass, will you sign it?
I'm not able to keep an eye on it. They're voting on
Will
it
you
as
sign
is
it
now.
into law if it passes?
I have about 1,000 bills that get
Will
passed
you
every
sign the
year.
New York for All Act into law if it
You
passes?
have to wait
yes
and
or no?
see, like every other bill.
We have to wait and see?
Yes,
Governor,
because
you
I've-
can't take a position on the New York for All Act. It would put into state statute that New York is a sanctuary state. That's why you're here. That is the exact reason why you're sitting in front of us testifying, because of your disastrous EOs, your disastrous pro-criminal policies that have resulted in the death of New Yorkers. That is your failure. And the fact is that you can't even answer the question.
No, the
Will
reason
you
I'm
support
sitting
the
here
New
is
York
because
for All Act?
Republicans are
Gentlemen's
looking
yes or no?
to
time's
deflect from
expired.
the big, bad, ugly bill that's going to hurt people.
Governor,
in your
Governor,
district.
gentlemen,
will
time's
you
expired. Governor, are you going to
support
answer
New
his
York
question
for
when you
All
sign the
I don't know
bill?
what he's asking me.
He asked if you were going to sign the
I
bill.
don't ask anybody in the state of New York. I never say how I'm going to vote on decide on a bill until it lands on my desk.
You are the governor of the state. You are supposed
I'm
to
well
lead.
aware.
You
well
want
aware
New
I'm
York
the
to
governor.
be a
Gentlemen's time's
sanctuary state.
expired.
It's shameful. It's shameful. You can't even answer the question?
When it lands on my desk, I'll do the proper
Chair,
evaluation.
Chair
You'll do what?
recognizes.
That's what we
You'll do what?
That's how
You'll
you
sign
become
it
a
into
governor.
law.
You'll
That's
never know.
exactly what
Okay,
you'll do.
Chair recognizes
Sign it
ranking
into law.
member.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have a number of unanimous consent requests, one from the National Immigration Center.
Without objection to order.
National Immigrant Justice Center and the Alliance for Immigrants.
Without objection to order.
They speak for themselves.
Chair recognizes Mr. Stauber from Minnesota.
Thank you very much. Governor Walz, thanks for being here today. I'm going to ask you a few questions, and I ask you to keep your remarks brief. I got a lot to go through. As you know, I spent 23 years as a law enforcement officer in the state of Minnesota. You know that, right? Do you know that, yes or no?
I
Not
don't
a
know
trick
how many.
question. It's not a trick
Congressman,
question.
I don't know
I'll
how many
answer it for you.
years.
23 years in Duluth.
Thank you for that.
So, Governor, do you recognize this picture?
I do recognize the picture.
Briefly describe it to us. What is it? What's going on?
These were folks, I believe the people in the picture now are incarcerated in Minnesota.
It's a
to the best
precinct
of
3
my
burning down because of your decision. Was this a peaceful protest? Was this a peaceful protest?
The gentleman standing there?
Was this a
That was
peaceful protest?
It was a criminal act that people were prosecuted for.
So it wasn't a peaceful protest, right? As I watched lawlessness devastate Los Angeles this past week, I was reminded of your failure to protect Minnesota from similar riots. Governor Walz, on May 29th of 2020, during your own press conference, you described your response to the riots during the 2020 Summer of Love as, quote, an abject failure. Governor, I couldn't agree with you more.
That's out of context,
And
Congressman.
on May
You know it.
17th, 2025, you were at the law school, graduating Minnesota Law School, talking to the graduates. And we've talked about this. You called the enforcement of illegal immigrants a modern-day Gestapo. You've been asked 3-4 times if you would rescind that, and you won't. Will you rescind it? This is like the 5th time, yes or no?
Congressman, I was talking to law students about due process, and I said
you won't
every,
rescind it.
you took an oath to due
Governor,
process.
was there a violent al-Shabaab terrorist who entered our country illegally arrested in Minneapolis last year? Yes, there was. Were there 3 illegal child predators arrested by ICE in St. Paul earlier this year?
I certainly hope so. That's their job.
Yes, there was. Are the officers who arrested the al-Shabaab terrorists or the child predators, are they Nazis or the Gestapo?
The tactics of wearing
They're
masks.
not.
The tactics of wearing masks.
Why did
unidentified.
you tell us that they were the Gestapo? Do you believe that any of the violent illegal immigrants I have mentioned have a right to be in this country?
I don't know what their immigration status was.
They're illegal, violent criminals that ICE took off the streets of Minneapolis.
You did not say,
Last week,
Congressman, what their status
Governor,
was.
last week, law enforcement officers in the state of Minnesota took 900 pounds of meth off the streets. Do you support that?
We certainly do.
Do you know that
Fentanyl.
ICE? Do you know that ICE assisted in that those arrests and investigations? Do you support the assistance of ICE in that enforcement action? Yes or no?
I can't speak to that because we were not included in the briefing.
You don't know if ICE was part of it? I'm telling you they were.
I don't have that data. I would have to trust you.
Will you apologize to our constituents and law enforcement officers for making them and their families less safe with your incendiary actions.
I'll congratulate them that they helped us work on the largest pension bill for Minnesota law enforcement in 30 years.
Claiming my time. Governor, what weapons did you carry in war?
Congressman, for 24 years, I carried...
No. What weapons did you carry in war?
What did you carry in uniform?
I tell you what, Governor, you're barking down the wrong tree, okay? You lied to the Minnesotans. You said that you carried weapons in war. That is stolen valor. You know what? My wife served 24 years in the military.
A little bit of respect for the witness.
She's an Iraq war veteran.
You know what I mean?
She was over in the war zone. That's stolen valor, and I'm so disgusted with you. And so are the people that you served with.
Point of order.
That's stolen
Halt
valor.
just a minute.
Stolen valor. You didn't carry weapons in war.
Congressman, my 24 years was public
Will you
many
apologize
years.
for lying?
Objection.
Will you apologize for lying?
Objection.
All right, hold on, pause.
That's not questioning a witness. That's not questioning a witness. You think
point of
so,
order.
Huh?
State your point, Mr. Rankin.
No, you're
State
yelling
your
at
point.
him. You're
There you
hectoring.
go.
You're hectoring. You're hectoring.
All right.
You're hectoring.
State your
Governor, you didn't carry weapons in war, did you?
State your point.
You didn't
Proceed.
carry
You
weapons
got
in
24
war,
seconds.
did you?
Congressman, you know I
didn't carry
misspoke.
weapons in war, yes or no?
Thank you.
You lied. Governor, what rank did you retire at? What rank did you retire at?
Congressman, I served my battalion as the command sergeant major.
That's not the question I asked. What rank did you retire at?
I retired as a master sergeant in
Okay,
EA.
here's your coin that says you're retired at a command sergeant major. That's
It says
your
I wore
challenge
that.
coin.
It says I wore the rank.
That's right. You didn't retire, did you?
I did retire after
valor.
24 years.
Here is a picture of your coin, your challenge coin. I'm disgusted with you. I'm just.
Mr.
Governor,
Chairman, the time is expired.
Congressman,
you lie
I'm
when the
sorry.
truth is
Time's
better.
expired.
You called half Trump supporters Nazis and fascists, and you know what? That's why the Minnesota Police and Peace Association did not support you in the last election because
Oh, I
you're
support
missing in
them.
action.
Gentlemen's time's expired.
On behalf of the folks from the land of rocks and cows, thank you. Now you're back.
Chair recognizes Ms. Tenney from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to wave onto this committee for this important oversight committee hearing, and happy to have the governors here to hopefully answer some questions, and just to address a couple things that I've heard in this committee hearing. I haven't appeared on oversight before. I do serve in a much milder Ways and Means Committee, but I just want to say a couple things about what this committee, what we're doing today, and about sanctuary cities. We are all children of immigrants. My grandparents met at Ellis Island. They sat in quarantine. They came from other countries. They came here to work. That's not what this is about. This hearing is about people who have taken advantage of our borders and our country, who have come in as illegal cartels, who have overrun our northern border, which is part of my district in upstate New York, in New York 24. And these people have taken operational control of our southern and our northern border. And we need our governors to make sure that they're providing the law enforcement backup to our ICE agents and others, and not assisting and aiding and abetting in such a way to these illegal immigrants, particularly the cartels. And I think one of the most important things, I'm sick of hearing everyone defaming my constituent, actually, Tom Homan, who's doing an excellent job and who served our country honorably. His big concern, and I think it's a big concern for me, because when I served in the state legislature, Governor Hochul wasn't there as either the lieutenant governor or the governor, but I was one of the leaders on human trafficking. And one of the important questions that Tom Homan talked about repeatedly is, where are the 300,000 children who were human trafficked by people who are profiting off of this human trafficking? Not just drug trafficking, human trafficking, innocent children all through our interior. We don't know where they are. Those are the people that I'm concerned about. And what ICE is trying to do is get to those people who are taking these children and profiting off them and having no regard. And that's what worries me the most, is we've gotten off track on a number of things. And what concerns me is we have this defund and demoralize the police movement brought to a level where we're defunding and demoralizing ICE agents who are simply doing their job to protect our borders. And what concerns me is, and I know Governor Hochul, and obviously I'm going to address you because you're my governor, people have addressed the billions of dollars that New York State taxpayers, by the way, the highest taxed taxpayers in the entire nation now. We're always in a struggle with California, who's more, who's less, and I think we're winning out this race now. Not a good distinction, by the way. Not a good distinction to have a northern border that's overrun by people who are human trafficking, bringing illicit drugs into our communities. I've had three parents in my community, my own home community, where their sons died of overdoses because of illegal fentanyl. So these are real issues that are coming from people that are coming across our borders. So we know we've spent billions of dollars on all kinds of illegal immigrants in New York State. The estimate is between New York City and New York State, it's about $7 billion. And that's New York taxpayer dollars. Those are my tax dollars. People, constituents I serve who go to work every day. And all we're trying to do is keep these communities safe. And you mentioned that, Governor Hochul, that you were talking about keeping these communities safe. But I want to ask you a question. And I've got a series of questions, and some of them have been asked by my colleagues. But I want to ask you right now, because you're the governor of our state, and you've been presiding over a pretty disastrous situation with our prisons, and many of those prisons, including one of the maximum security prisons, is actually in my district and a number of other facilities. Are there any criminal, illegal gang members in the New York State prison system right now? Just, yes, if there are.
No, Congressman, I
know
want
how many, and if you can't get me the answer, can your staff provide us with a general information on that?
No, I'll tell you this. I totally agree with you, Congresswoman, that more needs to be done to protect our border. We've asked for support from the federal government for the border that you represent and I know so well. I've had to deploy $8 million of my own state dollars to amp up.
Well, there are state dollars, but let me just take this back. Let me ask you back about let me get to the prisons because I want to get into another thing. Are there criminal, illegal immigrant gang members in the New York State prison system right now?
If there are, there will be.
Do you know? Do you know? Yes. Do you know if there are?
I'm sure there are.
But do you know?
I've already said 1,300.
That's all I want to know. Can you get
I've
me the
already
number?
had ICE take 1,300 of them upon.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you.
No
can we
doubt
get the
there's
information about how many of these, whether they're Trende or Aragua, whether they're MS-13, Crips, Bloods? I've toured the prisons. I've seen, people that they line up in rows. I want to know how many of our illegal immigrants that are putting not only other inmates at risk, but also our prison guards who are at risk. Because right now, these types of people are in our prison system are putting our corrections officers at risk. And by you shutting down and cutting off the ability of our corrections officers who are trained to deal with these kind of people there, we're losing the ability of having the trained people there. And our National Guard are wonderful people who serve our communities, but they're not trained to be able to do this, and many of them are underage in that. Can I get the information from you on that?
Certainly, and again, I just want to reaffirm that if there's someone convicted of a crime in our prison, they will be deported. We let ICE know 30 days before the end of their sentence, and that's why I've sent 1,300 people already just since I've been governor out of our country. I don't want them here any more than you do.
Okay, can I just ask you one last, because you talked about you don't support a sanctuary city. Right now you were lieutenant governor when this was signed into law under Governor Cuomo. We have the green light law. It prohibits the local DMVs, gives driver's licenses to illegal aliens, which you once didn't support, but now you do. You've admitted that today. Under the green light law, would you support repealing the green light law so that we could allow ICE agents to work with our DMV to find out when these people drive across the Canadian border and they have a carload full of innocent children and they can't find any information on them because they get a legal license? Can you just give me that information?
Last question, but feel free to answer it.
We absolutely share information on such situations with ICE. That is our job.
Do you support repealing the green light
law?
Ladies,
time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. LaHood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your indulgence for letting me wave on the committee today. I know it's been a long day. I want to welcome our governors here today. Thank you. Governor Pritzker, on behalf of my constituents and myself, I have serious concerns about the current state of Illinois and the continued direction your administration is taking when it comes to sanctuary policies. And I know we've talked a lot about that today. And I want to be clear, your sweeping sanctuary policies are not just misguided in my view, I think they're dangerous. Your agenda puts ideology above public safety, ties the hands of law enforcement, and signals to violent, criminal, illegal immigrants that Illinois is a safe haven. Your administration has made the state of Illinois among the national outliers to defy federal law. And you've doubled down on policies like Illinois Way Forward Act, which is legislation you proposed and signed that prohibits local law enforcement from cooperating with ICE, even in cases involving violent criminals.
And I think, hearing you today, I think you honestly believe that refusing to turn over convicted felons to federal authorities makes our community safer. And I'll tell you, Governor, it doesn't. And as a former federal and state prosecutor who's worked very closely with law enforcement, none of that makes us safer or makes law enforcement feel comfortable. Instead of working with federal law enforcement to remove dangerous individuals from our streets in Chicago and across Illinois, you're creating bureaucratic roadblocks and political cover. And in my view, that's not leadership, it's government malpractice. Illinois families are already struggling with the highest combined state and local tax burden in the country. And they should not be forced to subsidize over $2.5 billion in Illinois taxpayer money that's been spent on illegal immigrants over the last 4 years under your sanctuary policies in Illinois. I want to mention 2 specific cases, although I could talk about a lot more. A tragic case involving the family of George Levin, a 63-year-old man who was murdered by a pair of illegal immigrants who were arrested in Chicago in January. He was found bound with duct tape and his legs tied with an extension cord. The title of an article was, "2 Migrant Men Beat Chicago Businessmen to Death, Left Him Bound, Gagged," prosecutors say, dated February 1st, 2025. Again, under your sanctuary policies in the state of Illinois. I'd like to submit that for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
Second one is a case of 2 families, and I want to highlight Chloe Polzon and, of course, Catherine Abraham, 2 girls in their early 20s that were killed in a fatal hit and run by an illegal immigrant in Urbana, Illinois. And again, the title from that article, Glenview family seeks justice after migrant suspect kills daughter and friend in Urbana, hit and run. I'd like to submit that for the record.
Without
also.
objection, so ordered.
And so, Governor, I guess a question for you, as you hear these stories, and there's many others, does it cause you to rethink your sanctuary city policies or regret some of the policies you've taken as it relates to sanctuary cities?
Thank you, Congressman. I'm glad to see you here. I know you were unwilling to meet with your constituents about the Medicaid cuts that you voted for.
So answer the question. I thought you might not answer the question whether reclaiming I'm going to reclaim my time because you did not answer the question, which I thought you would. When I asked, when you hear about victims that suffer violence because of illegal migrants in a sanctuary city state, you said no, it hasn't caused you to rethink. Reclaiming my time. Now, Governor Pritzker, you mentioned reclaiming my time. I have the time. I have the time.
All the federal government. You all have the ability to fix this.
Governor Pritzker,
do your job. Do your job, Congressman.
Yeah, I would deflect too instead of answer those questions. Now, you said earlier, in a response to a question from Chairman Comer, that you have been critical and had been critical of President Biden and his border policies. And you cited a letter, October 2nd, 2023, that you authored. So I pulled the letter, and I was looking for this criticism of the Biden border policy. 3 pages, nothing in there. Now, I'm going to submit for the record so everybody can see it. October 2nd, 2023, letter from JB Pritzker to President Biden. Not one mention of being critical of the border.
Without objection, to order.
Thank you. Now,
public statements on national programs about this.
It's not your time. Governor Pritzker, it was mentioned earlier, all these rosy statistics about Illinois, but I want to mention a couple that weren't mentioned. Illinois is the leader in outmigration of people leaving the state of Illinois. We've led, for the last 4 years, 5 years, people want to leave the state of Illinois. We lost a congressional seat, as you're well aware. We have the lowest population in the city of Chicago now than in 100 years. People continue to flee Illinois. We have the 5th highest unemployment rate in the country, the 2nd highest property tax rate in the country, the 5th highest illegal immigration population in the country, with over 500,000 illegal immigrants leaving in Illinois. None of that got mentioned before, but that's the reality. And to be honest with you, Governor Pritzker, I wish you didn't have to be here today as my governor. I really do. But unfortunately, because of your failed policies, you have spotlighted Illinois, and that truly is unfortunate, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
In our half of that is completely false and needs to be corrected, and I will if given the moment to speak. Our population is increasing. We have a higher population as a result of the census that was done in 2020. It was your Republican governor.
Governor, you'll have time to answer that.
You were part of those policies. We are turning the state around.
Chair recognizes Mr. Jack.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as the last questioner today, Mr. Walz, I think you're not going to need any more Diet Mountain Dew after this. But do you, just one thing, just to kind of bring this entire hearing back into the perspective, just to help us understand and this committee understand the policies of your administrations. We'll start with you, Governor Walz. Do you accept U.S. code, which establishes that improper entry into our country is illegal and enforceable by the federal government?
Improper entry, meaning not asking for
illegally crossing is an illegal act and therefore a criminal act.
Civil in some cases, criminal as the government does it. Yes.
Thank you. Governor Pritzker?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure, no question. So just establishing that your administration respects that U.S. code believes, U.S. code affirms, and your administration believes that improper entry into our country is an illegal act and therefore criminal.
As the federal code says, we believe it, yeah, and we follow it.
Thank you, Governor. And Governor Hochul?
Depends how the federal immigration authorities enforce it. Sometimes it's civil, sometimes they do it on the criminal side. It's up to them to make that determination.
Thank you. One of the reasons why we just want to establish that is with respect to illegal immigration, I mean, you were elected in your states, but your state's policies affect my state in Georgia, affect my constituents in Georgia, because when you create policies that incentivize illegal immigration, incentivize folks crossing illegally and being criminals into our country, it challenges, it presents challenges to us and it presents challenges to our ability to protect our constituents. In my district, every single person on this panel, Republican and Democrat, has a story, a painful story about how an illegal immigrant or many illegal immigrants have taken lives of those within our districts. In fact, in my district alone, in Columbus, Georgia, Dr. Malcolm Goodchild was killed by a drunk driver illegally here in our country. Of course, we talked about Lake and Riley. My colleagues have done that ad nauseum. So we also talk about the financial burden that's associated with those of us that represent folks in Georgia and your states as well. In Georgia alone, I just want for the record to note that $563 has been associated with the increased costs and increased burdens of my constituents because of illegal immigrants within our state. In our closing time, Governor Pritzker, we had Mayor Brandon Johnson testify before us, and I know you've at times expressed concerns about how he's run his administration in Chicago. I'm just curious if you support one of the things we talked about in this committee, perhaps you prepared for it, was a directive that he sent to Chicago police directing them not to cooperate with federal law enforcement enforcing immigration operations. Do you support that action from Mayor Johnson?
I support actions that follow the law of the state of Illinois and the federal law.
Do you think Mayor Johnson has done a good job with respect to law enforcement in his city?
Law enforcement has improved markedly since the choice of Larry Snelling as the superintendent of police in the city of Chicago.
What grade would you give A to F Mayor Johnson with respect to law enforcement in his city?
I wouldn't grade the mayor. I will say that Larry Snelling is doing an excellent job as superintendent.
Thank you. Governor Walz, I think you bring an interesting perspective to this conversation because you were just a candidate for national office on a ticket that lost. Exit polls from 2024 show a clear bipartisan majority of Americans trust President Trump to effectively handle immigration. Recent polling affirms Americans overwhelmingly support President Trump's immigration policies by a 30% margin. Even CBS published a survey that shows 6 out of 10 Americans say it is very important to deport illegal aliens. And of course, we've established that anyone crossing the border is, in fact, a criminal. So Governor Walz, I'm just curious, given Americans' overwhelming support of President Trump's immigration policies, do you believe your record on immigration is one of the reasons you lost the vice presidency?
Congressman, I'm not familiar with the polls you're talking about. I can only speak to Minnesota that there's an anger about how it's being carried out. No one disagrees that we need an immigration reform and we need to fix it. What they don't see is whether it's a United States Senator being taken down for asking a question or whether it's a 4-year-old girl with cancer being sent out of the country. Well, that's the frustration.
Put another way, I'm just curious. I mean, you were on a national ticket that lost, and I'm curious, why do you believe, what issues do you believe you failed to litigate properly with the American voters?
Oh, I'll let history relitigate that.
Fair enough. And I'll just close, Governor Walz, if I could. You know, one of the concerns that's been raised about why illegal immigration was so bad under President Biden is that he just cognitively was not there during the end of his presidency. When did you first become aware of President Biden's cognitive decline?
I don't have the expertise to judge on that.
Did you have conversations with Vice President Harris at any point about his cognitive decline?
Not that I can recall, no.
With that, I yield back to our chairman. Thank you for convening this hearing, and I appreciate your attention to all of our communities that we serve. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yields back. Because we had some wave-on members on our side that went over, I'm going to yield 2 minutes to Mr. Lynch.
Thank you. I just want to update the gentleman on the most recent polls. You're right. The president did have favorable marks on his immigration policy early on, but since these snatch and grabs have started, he's underwater. 54% of the American people oppose him. His current policy, this active policy he's got going on right now. With that, I know, Governor Pritzker, you had a desire to fire back at some of the allegations to you. You have that opportunity now. I yield you as much time as you need, although if you have any left over, you can give it to your colleagues.
Appreciate it, and I am a sharer. I will thank you very much, Congressman, and let me just say that I'm so proud of my state and the way that we have operated, particularly in the last 6.5 years, to protect people. Public safety, so important in our state. I've increased the number of state police in Illinois, actually to highs that didn't exist even before my predecessor, the Republican governor. We also have done a lot to invest in violence prevention. And you've seen the result of that and the fact that we have banned assault weapons, that we have banned ghost guns. I would ask the members of Congress and the members of this committee to work to ban assault weapons across the United States. It worked back in the 1990s. It would work again if you pass it to lower the crime rate, lower the homicide rate. We have so much work to do as a country on immigration reform. And I don't understand why at about 50-50, this Congress is about 50-50 between the two parties. Isn't it about time that you got together and got comprehensive immigration reform done? We've seen it over the last 40 years, attempts along the way. It always fails. Every time it's because of Republican members walking away from the table. You all are in control of the Congress and the presidency. You can get together with Democrats and get something put together that will secure our border and have a big door that allows people to come who are working hard, who will raise families in the United States and help our economy.
Governor Walz, I know you took some incoming today. You got any closing remarks?
That's part of it. I would just say, Chairman Comer, acting ranking member, thank you to you. And I would like those folks sitting behind you and along the wall, thank you to all of you for accommodating this. Chairman, thank you specifically for accommodating our state schedule on budget. I'm grateful.
Thank you. Governor Hochul?
No, thank you for the opportunity again, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Lynch. Not sure what to say after today's experience, almost 8 hours of sitting here and not doing the work of the people of the state of New York, but here's what I want to say. My number one priority has always been and always will be keeping New Yorkers safe. I believe our policies and our laws as implemented do. Second point I want to make, I want to express my absolute outrage on what we've seen happen to a U.S. Senator in the United States of America, regardless of what anyone does, to have someone like that treated like a common criminal as if he was a threat and throw him down and have to handcuff him with 3 people shocks the conscience. And as a former member of this body, I hope we'll all stand up and condemn this and say we can do better. This is a great country. Let's make sure we ensure that it stays great.
Thank you. And Ms. Sky Perriman, I just want to say thank you to you for your help here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranking Member. And I'm going to assume you all haven't seen the entire tape at the beginning. I'm sure MSNBC or whoever sent you the clips have only shown you the end, but I think it'll be interesting when you see the entire clip of the incident with the senator. Before we close, I want to thank the Abraham family again for attending today. The purpose of this hearing is to try to get the illegal immigrants, the criminal illegal immigrants out of this country. And I think that's a goal that an overwhelming majority of Americans have. The governor said under oath that they were not sanctuary states and they would cooperate with the federal government. We'll see if that happens. That's good to hear, but we'll see if that happens. So with that, and without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witness. If there's no further business, again, I want to thank the witnesses for being here today. I know it was a long day. Thank you so much, and thank you for your service. So without objection, the committee stands adjourned.